mia.
Good morning, Shucky. Mamma mia. Gotta show you something. Oh man. Rock and roll. Shooky, how you doing? How's your day, bud? Hope it was a good one. I'm just kidding. Woke up this morning, got myself a bong. When I smoked, son, I started singing the song. Mamma mia. Yeah, that's my month's supply. My month's supply for 150 for an ounce of hybrid. 23% THC, 145 bucks. For my whole month's supply. That's the cheapest I've ever paid, I think, for my whole month's supply. About a gram a day. And again, the average cannabis patient who uses cannabis in the state of Ohio smokes 3 grams a day. How can they afford that? One thing that I've noticed that dispensaries are doing is they're selling lower percentages of THC. I'm not seeing as much 30% THC as I used to. It means people smoke more and the prices went up. Solution, grow your own. So legalization is coming to Kentucky soon. It's a bucket of weed. It is, it's an ounce. It's all amethyst. It's all amethyst. It's my ball. My Halloween birthday ball. Good morning, Shooky. Thanks for chilling. I think my nephew, and thanks for coming into my nephew's first stream. That was his first live stream. I think he was a riot. He's a natural. He's not shy at all. He put that stream together in 5 minutes. Yeah, he had fun. And so I hope my nephew streams more. You guys will see him on my YouTube channel. He takes me to the store. He's actually going to be in my training videos, my handicap, disability, awareness, and assistance training videos to demonstrate to people that kind of transition. Yeah, you could tell he was having a riot. All the voices he was doing and shit, yeah. He was totally into it. It's like we weren't even there and he's just, you know. Yeah, he had fun. I told him, I said, why don't you come and stream on Twitch? If you're playing your game, because he plays games every day. And I'm like, turn on your live channel. Turn on Twitch. So he got on there, he got it all set up just a couple of days. Awesome. Glad to have a little company. From the Trailer Park Vikings. Rock and roll. You want to go for a ride, dude? Chucky. How was your day? And how was your dad? And how was Miss Shooky? Want to go for a ride? Chucky, you want to go for a ride? Let's go for a ride. This is from my new series called The Daily Raw. This is my first episode of Daily Raw, but you guys get a different version. You guys get the Twitch version. Daily dose. Mini ball jar. Mini ball jar. See how much money we can make. I know people that got like 7 million. The free ride that was with my save file was like 7 million. Crazy. Shit, I'd like to do 50,000 in one night. We'll try to stay out of jail. We'll try to stay out alive. We're gonna try to stay alive, and we'll try to complete our taxicab company. I mean, a taxicab company is the perfect gangster front. You got people in the cars, you can hear all the news that's going on in the city, so we started a taxicab company. Yep, 420 taxicab company. Yeah, my nephew, his mom, my sister-in-law, my ex-sister-in-law, got a bitchin' garden across the street, man. She's got all kinds of herbs and tomatoes and all kinds of stuff. And she grows hydro. My sister-in-law grows hydro, indoors, vegetables, herbs, all kinds of stuff. She's really on it. Yeah, man, she gave me some basil. I put in my spaghetti sauce last night. That was so good. Rock and roll. Let's go. Mamma mia, boy, that was some insult, wasn't it? That's some shit. I love The Sopranos. That was such a good TV show. Sad when that was done.
Just when they thought I was out, they pull me back in.
It's like Twitch. See if we can stay alive tonight. I'll play some old time radio. I have about an hour and a half radio show about Bugs Moran and Dean O'Banion, the gangster florist on the north side. And I'm a north sider. Back in the day, 100 years ago, north side of Chicago was mostly Irish. The south side of Chicago was mostly Italian. I should say Irish and German. Wrigleyville, all south side Cicero was all Italian. These days, Chicago's Polish. Pretty much, yeah. The Polish been taking over Chicago since the 70s. The mob family that's likely running Chicago since the 70s is the Kavanaugh family. I used to know one of the Kavanaugh kids. He wasn't a gangster or nothing. He was just a kid that went to my school. But that's who the family was in the 70s and 80s in Chicago. Moving my windows around, rock and roll, looking good, let's go have some fun. Time radio, a little bit of tunes. See what we can get into. Yeah.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case history. Gangbusters.
The notorious gang leader, Bugs Moran,
free ride extended
who returned from retirement to kindle old flames, but who learned that not all horse players die broke.
Gangbusters has again asked the Honorable Matthias H. Heck, prosecuting attorney, Dayton, Ohio, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the notorious Bugs Moran.
Mr. Heck, many of our listeners know how the Chicago gangster George Bugs Moran became one of the country's most powerful and feared racketeers until he was forced to flee Chicago just ahead of Al Capone's machine gun bullets.
Yes, Don, and it was many years later before he could summon the courage to return to Chicago. Although Capone's organization had long since been broken up and the notorious gang leader sentenced to Alcatraz. On one occasion, Moran left his Minnesota hunting lodge and sauntered up and down North Clark Street, where he was formerly such a power. One rainy night, he ventured into a cheap tavern and ordered a drink.
Straight bourbon, friend. Leave the bottle here. Yeah. You been here long? Too long, friend. Well, here's looking at you. Yeah, much too long. I remember when this joint was a speakeasy. My memory's not that good, friend. I understand there's a game in the back room. You understand too much, friend. Let me tell you something, friend. I used to own this joint. Yeah? Yeah. And 40 more like it. Give me back that bottle. You had enough. Leave it later. The name is Moran. George Moran.
Bugs Moran?
Nobody ever calls me that.
Let go of that shirt, friend.
Bugs, I'll show you.
Let go or you'll know the reason. Now, go on, get out of here.
Wait a minute.
Get out, friend, before you're a has-been with a cracked skull instead of just a has-been.
Look here, smart guy.
Hit the road, you bum. Go on, get out.
Yeah, your whiskey's rot-gutted and...
So long, Bugs.
Taxi? Take it easy, Winnie. It's just a shower.
Yeah? Well, I paid $30 for this hat. Oh, nice.
We'll stick in the doorway here until the cab
Taxicab
comes along.
company.
Just relax.
Relax.
Taxi! Taxi! Ah, the monkey. Hey, any room in there?
Help yourself. The doorway don't belong to us.
Thanks. Taxi! Yeah, they're all loaded. Some rain, huh?
Yeah. Dutch,
What?
give me a cigarette.
I'm
Glad
all
your
out,
dad's
Winnie.
home now.
Hey,
It sucks being in
taxi!
the hospital.
Taxi!
Hate the hospital.
Here's a cigarette.
Hmm? Oh, much obliged.
Mike?
Yeah. Thanks.
Taxi!
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Aren't you George Moran?
Oh, you know me, huh?
Well, don't you remember me? Winnie. Winnie York. I was hat check girl at the Polka Dot Club.
Winnie. Oh, sure. I remember Winnie. Sure, yeah.
Well, I did put on a little weight since. Dutch.
What? Taxi!
Dutch.
What?
Dutch, you know who this is? George Moran.
More. Well, what do you know? I used to work for you.
Get money for that.
Dutch Bauer. Yeah, glad to see you again. When I was just a kid, I don't think you ever even saw me. I used to peddle your booze out in Waukegan. Well, what do you know? George Moran. I heard you're retired, country gentleman. That's what they call me. Well, that's for me. My country gentleman stuff.
Hey, Dutch. Why don't we take George along to the party?
Well, I don't know. We were only invited ourselves.
No, don't bother about me.
Oh, they'll be glad to have him. What do you say, George?
He's probably got something else to do. What are you bothering the guy?
Boy, I haven't got a thing to do.
Well, then come along with us. We'll have a great time. Hurry up, Dutch. Get a cab.
Taxi! Taxi!
There's one. Come on, George. Let's run for it.
What does Bugs Moran mean today? Nothing. He might just as well have been dead for all the weight he carries.
But he's got no less brains than he had 20 years ago. Besides, Dutch, maybe he's still bigger than you think.
I don't know why I listen to you. What do I need him for? The whole thing's set and ready to pull the deal? In he walks. Sometimes, Winnie, you give me a pain.
Well, he's in. You asked him in.
Sure I asked him, and you wouldn't leave me alone until I did. Bugs Moran. This was running hooch or rough stuff or something like that. Then maybe he'd be okay. This is a slick deal. It takes a touch.
You and your touch.
Things have changed, Winnie. Bugs Moran don't
Take
mean
it easy on that bug stuff. He don't like it. And to me, George Moran still means plenty.
What difference does it make what he likes?
That's him.
Answer it then. Bugs Moran, huh?
All right, I'm coming.
Oh,
That's
Winnie.
my cab.
Come in, George.
It was a nice party last night. Thanks for taking me.
Oh, they were glad to have you. So was I.
Hello, Moran.
Glad to see you again, Dutch.
Sit down, Moran. Sit down.
Thanks.
Well, I'll fix some drinks.
That's a good
Come
idea.
up this
What do
way.
you have, George?
Oh, whatever you got.
Want to fill that lot
You
with
take
cabs.
bourbon, if I remember.
That's right.
Straight?
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd be interested in the deal, Moran. The word is you're plenty well healed. Always have been.
Money's like water, Dutch. It runs out. You gotta keep filling the tank.
Yeah. Look, Moran.
What?
This is a smooth operation. No rough stuff.
I don't believe in rough stuff unless it's needed. Hey, come on, give me a rundown. Give me.
Well, I got me a good couple of boys. One's good at circulating paper. One is an engraver.
Wait a minute.
What?
This deal isn't counterfeit.
Well, not money.
What then?
Something just as easy to shove and a lot easier to duplicate. American Express money orders. They got a set of plates that's a dandy. I figure if we work it right, we can wholesale about $100,000 in the stuff. Not less than $100,000.
You get a sample?
Sure. Lots of samples.
Mind if I take a look?
No. Help yourself, yeah. Perfect job. What do you think of it?
It stinks.
Are you kidding?
It's a rotten job. I can tell it's way off without even a legit paper to compare.
Look, Moran, we worked a long time on this
You
thing.
didn't work long enough. You'll never make it.
Now, wait a minute.
Get hold of that engraver. I want to talk to
The
him.
engraver's finished. We're through with him.
I said get hold of him.
If you don't like the stuff, pick up your hat and walk out the door. We'll get along without any bugs, Moran.
Bugs.
Let go.
Now, let me tell you one thing, Dutch. You invited me in this deal, and now that I'm in, it's going to be run right. You understand?
Okay, take it easy.
Refreshments, boys.
Just in time, eh?
In time for what, George?
Dutch and I came to an understanding. We can all drink to luck.
Well, that's wonderful. It's great.
Yeah, great.
Help yourselves, boys.
Bring it on, Dutch. Then go get hold of that engraver.
Nah,
What's the other one's name?
Fisher. But look, Moran.
I want to talk to him, too, but the engraver first. Go ahead.
Don't start pushing me around, Moran. The days when you push guys around are over.
Yeah? And I'd like to see those days come back. And right now is as good a time as any to bring them back. Well?
I think I know where to locate the engraver. And Fisher. See if I can raise him.
You know, George, I don't like to give you advice, but...
But what?
Well, Dutch wasn't too sold on taking you in the first place. It was me that sold him.
Let me tell you something. For a lot of years now, I've been sitting back taking a lot of guff from guys who think they know it all. Every time they open their mouths, you can see all they got is mouth with no brains on the side.
Okay, but Dutch said he...
Who cares for Dutch?
I'll tell you who, George.
Who?
Nobody, George. Nobody at all.
So, Don, the deposed Chicago gangster Bugs Moran was on his way toward making a comeback in the underworld. But he was to learn that the authorities of the law had changed their methods of operating as much as he intended to change his.
Now back to gangbusters. You were telling us, Mr. Heck, how Bugs Moran, the deposed Chicago gangster, had been taken into a syndicate which intended to circulate bogus American Express money orders and had gradually assumed leadership of the conspiracy.
That's right, Don. And Moran sent Dutch Bauer to bring still another member of the gang, Fisher, to a meeting where they would discuss Moran's new plans for distributing the fake money orders. Dutch finally located the portly Fisher in a suburban horse room.
And 280. Time of the race, 1:23 flat. At New York in the third, they're off and running.
Hello, Fisher.
Oh, hiya, Dutch. Grab a chair.
Thanks.
What's on your mind, Dutch?
I need you for a meeting right away.
What kind of meeting?
New York
Well,
in the
I-
corner.
I got a bundle in on this one.
Count Slurley, Uncle John by 2, and Crack Dice is third.
Where's that beetle of mine? He's supposed to be a front runner.
Forget about the horses for a minute, will you? Bugs Moran has come into the bunch.
Yeah, so what? Bugs Moran. Where did he spring from?
That's what I'd like to know.
New York
He's in and he's...
Hold it, Dutch.
Counselor still in front by a length. Uncle John second by a half. And third is now just in time.
Just in time. Don't I even get a call out of this race? Local boy. How I ever got touted on local boy, I'll never know.
Will you listen to me, Fisher?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Bugs Moran.
I was telling you, he's practically taken over. He's in there running the show.
No kidding.
I give the guy a break. What kind of gratitude does he show? He's taking over.
Well, maybe it's a good thing, Dutch.
What do you mean it's a good thing? Don't you think I can run the show?
Maybe you can, but Bugs Moran knows his way
Now,
around.
listen here, Fisher.
Third
You...
in the stretch is New York.
Come on,
Counselor
local boy,
still in
where are
front by
you?
a length. Itch is now second by 2. just in time, and cracked ice head and head for third.
Where's that local boy?
Moran's gonna change the distribution gimmick. He's what? Moran's gonna switch everything upside down.
He can't do that. It's worked out to a T.
You ought to remember when Bugs Moran takes over, he takes over.
Distribution is
The
okay. It's okay as...
third at New York.
Ah.
The winner was number 4, Local Boy.
Hey, local
Was
boy.
second, and cracked ice third.
Oh, how do you like that? The horse don't get a call and he win it. He don't get a call.
Be at my place tonight, 10 o'clock. Moran will go over the whole thing with you.
Yeah, I'll be there. How do you like that local boy, huh? You don't get a call and you win it.
I'll see you tonight. So long.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
results in the first at Keeneland are now official. The winner, Mr. King, paid $7.20, $3.80, and $3. Second horse.
Telephones, doorbells, always. Hello.
Fisher,
Yeah, this is Fisher.
can you talk?
Oh, it's you, Lieutenant. Yeah, I can talk. There's nobody here.
Good. I just now got your message. What's that?
Plenty, Lieutenant. I think we're after much bigger game than we figured.
Huh?
Dutch Bauer came around this afternoon. There's going to be a meeting tonight.
What time?
10 o'clock, Dutch's place. But, Lieutenant, that's not the important thing. You know who came into the deal?
Who?
Bugs Moran.
Bugs Moran.
Yeah, Dutch told me this
Shooky
afternoon.
tea.
Not only is Bugs in, he's starting to run the show.
Well, that puts a new light on things.
Now, Dutch tells me Moran is switching the whole gimmick around. He wants to make $1 million proposition out of it. That's what the meeting's about tonight.
Okay, Fisher. But watch your step. Moran's a slick operator. If he ever gets a line on you, you're as good as in the lake.
And that's the way it works. We get 50%, the passage 50%. 500 grand, and that ain't a bet. Hey, Fisher. Are you taking this all in, or are you dreaming?
I heard every word, Moran.
He's thinking you should have had a couple of yards on that horse today instead of 50.
You think that would have been bad,
I don't like guys sitting around pipe dreaming while I'm laying out the gimmick.
I told you, Moran. I took in every word.
All right. Give me a rundown then.
But skip the details. I've been batting them through my head 2 days.
Well, like you said, instead of 100 grand in money orders, we shove a $500,000.
Yeah?
You said you got plenty of contacts, so we get together a syndicate.
Yeah.
Guys in every city, all over the country. Every money order gets cashed on the same day. 1 day, and then we quit.
Yeah, that's about it. Any questions, Dutch?
Only, when's the day?
Soon.
Well, how soon? Track opens in Miami the 23rd. I got plans.
Maybe your plans will have to wait. I'm not rushing things so you can watch those cockroaches run around a circle.
Okay, don't tear a muscle. I was only hoping.
This is going to be the sweetest deal ever. We take our time and we get everything lined up just so.
Well, how about a little refreshments? I'll call Winnie and Will.
Not just yet, Dutch.
No, what's the matter?
Something just came to my mind.
Yeah?
Yeah. Fisher, I've been trying to place you ever since you walked in that door.
I told you this is the first time I laid eyes on you, Moran.
He comes from East St. Louis. At least that's what he said.
I thought I saw you before. And now I know where.
Well, maybe. I'm no babysitter. I get around.
If it's what I'm thinking of, Fisher, you'll get around plenty. On your back.
What's the trouble, Moran?
If you got something on your mind, Moran, get it off.
Sure. I'll get it off. Answer me yes or no, Fisher. Back in 29, you tailed me for days.
Don't be nuts, Moran.
You never could get me where you wanted me, isn't that right?
Now, look, Moran.
You were with Al Capone, weren't you? Answer me. You were one of Capone's boys. Well?
What if I was? I was only a punk kid doing a job. I didn't have nothing against you.
I knew I could smell you.
Now, take it easy, Moran.
Sure. He had a job. There wasn't anything personal.
Okay. Okay, I guess there wasn't. Anyway, I lived through it.
Didn't we all?
Let's have those drinks, Dutch.
The fourth race at New Orleans. A change of jockeys. Al Haynes is now riding Roadmaster instead of M. Kramer.
And that's the way it stands, Lieutenant.
It's not good, Fisher. Do you think you can talk Moran into a test a day or so before the big day?
A test?
Sure, to see how the stuff is accepted. Then we can make our pitch on that test without risking too wide a distribution.
I don't know. Maybe he'll go for it. I'll try.
Okay. But be careful how you handle it.
Don't worry, I will.
That's my bad.
What's the matter?
Dutch Bauer, and he's seen us.
I'll get out of
no,
here.
No, sit still. He'd only be more suspicious. He's coming over.
In the 6th at New York, number 4, your welcome has been scratched.
Hello, Fisher. Mind if I sit down?
Help yourself, Dutch.
Thanks.
This is Lieutenant Thacker, Dutch Bauer.
What do you say?
Hi. Army, Navy, or Fire Department?
State's
How many
attorney.
cabs can we steal tonight?
Well, you weren't much help, Fisher, but thanks.
Don't mention it.
Nice to meet you.
What does a cop want with you?
He's looking for somebody?
You didn't know where the guy was. The one he was looking for.
Well, there's one way to handle cops. Let them think you're helping them, Dutch, but don't.
You're a lucky guy, Fisher.
Why?
You see, I knew he was law. If you'd have told me he was something else. That's all, brother.
I've got nothing to hide. What's up, Dutch?
Moran wants to see you.
Not another meet.
10 o'clock tonight. We're all set to go.
Meet. It's me.
I'll see you there.
Thereof been running in the 4th at New Orleans at 4:20. At Keeneland in the 3rd race.
If a guy's once got it, George, he's always got it.
Well, a little tough, baby. I never thought I'd make it back to the top. And this is going to be the send-off. There ought to be nearly 200 grand in it.
I'd be disappointed if there wasn't. The way Dutch was running it was for buttons.
Dutch is a buttons kind of guy when he's no good for you.
Who is?
Who do you think?
Can I get you another drink?
Not now, Winnie. We've got... Winnie, Oh. Hello, Dutch. Fisher, how's it going?
Not a winner all day.
I didn't expect to find you here, Moran. I thought that meeting last night covered everything. I didn't come here to see you. No? I came to see Winnie.
George,
Shut up. Have you got business with Winnie now? Yeah, Dutch. Plenty of business. Been unfinished a long time. They got a name for a guy like you, Moran. Yeah, I guess they have.
Look, maybe I'll take a walk.
No, stick around. You don't expect me to stand still while you take over everything, Moran, do you? You'll stand as still as I say.
Boys, there's no sense getting worked up over this.
Who wants her anyway? Take her. I intend to, Dutch.
I think I'll go out for a walk. Business before pleasure, boys. See you later.
Well, Dutch, you got anything else to say? About what? About nothing. Fisher, you might like to know I thought over that idea of yours about the test passing.
Yeah?
You haven't got a bad idea there, Fisher. Not bad at all.
Well, I figured we could make this test passing on a Saturday. We see how it goes. Now, if everything's okay, the big day will be Monday before any of the Saturday stuff has a chance to clear any banks.
What do you think, Dutch? Anything's okay, Moran, so long as you say so. Good. And I think we'll try it out in Pittsburgh. How's next Saturday?
Great. I'm glad to hear it. Then I can shove off for Miami.
All right, we leave for Pittsburgh Thursday. Meantime, Dutch, you get in touch with the boys all over that are going to do the passing. Okay. You get in touch with them and tell them that right after we make the test, we send each of them a wire. Tell them when they get it, be ready to unload Monday.
So that's the way it was, Lieutenant. The big day is set for next Monday. The test will be this Saturday.
Good work, Fisher. But I wouldn't have given a nickel for your chances of getting the idea across.
Well, Moran went for it hook, line, and sinker. Look, Lieutenant, I'll have to stick pretty close to Moran. Everything will be taken care of for Pittsburgh, huh?
Don't worry, I'll be all set. I'll see you there.
Yeah, so long and good luck.
Good luck to yourself. You need it more than I do.
Colonel, up you all, sir?
Is that enough? How about you, pal? You want anything?
No, not here. Oh, no, let's see. 2 shirts at $7.50, 2 neckties, $23.80 with the tax.
Yeah, look. I got an express money order. It's all endorsed.
Huh? $100.
Yeah, take it out of there.
I'll have to get the section manager's okay, sir.
Don't get it. Don't stand around.
Yes, sir. Be right back, sir.
You like that guy, Fisher?
I'm not worried about the guy. I just hope that paper gets by. Means a lot to me.
What do you think it means to me? It'll get by.
I hope Dutch is making out okay.
If we pass that paper here, it'll be okay anyplace. We send out the wires tonight.
Uh-oh, here comes the clerk.
Yeah.
I have your change for you, sir.
Good. Glad in.
Could you show me some of those shirts?
Be with you in a second, sir, as soon as I finish with this customer.
Excuse me. Take your time.
2380, 24, 25, 30, 40, 50, 70, 90, 100.
Much obliged.
Your package will be ready in a minute, sir.
Okay.
Don't move, Moran.
Watch it.
Get him up.
Come on, let's get out of here, Fisher.
You're not going anyplace, Moran.
Fisher, you... Watch it. No, you don't.
Stand back. Everybody, stand back, please.
Well, Lieutenant, that takes care of Bugs Moran.
Certainly does, Mr. Fisher. Let's get him in.
Stand back, folks. It's all over. There's nothing to see. It's all over. It's all over.
Oh, Don, the fabulous Bugs Moran was caught in the act of passing forged money orders. He was tried and sentenced to a term in prison.
But this wasn't the end of his criminal activities, Mr. Heck.
No, it certainly wasn't. Another climactic episode, which closed just a few months ago, was still to come.
And you'll return to Gangbusters next week to tell us about it?
I'll be here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Heck, for the inside facts you've given us tonight.
Hey, Doc, wake up.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of the devil and the syndicate, and how two desperate gangs of criminals fought a bloody battle that lasted years for the largest prize in the annals of crime.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Matthias H. Heck, prosecuting attorney, Dayton, Ohio, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the devil and the syndicate.
Mr. Heck, I know that the Gangbusters audience is going to hear some familiar names in tonight's case.
They certainly are, Don Gardner. Names that were in every newspaper every day for years. But right now, they're just names. The major characters are all dead, or in prison with sentences they'll never live to serve.
Well, supposing you begin, Mr. Heck.
All right, Don. The closing events in the case occurred just a few months ago. But to understand these men, we should go back more than 24 years. One bright spring morning in Chicago, a young man crossed North State Street in front of the Holy Name Cathedral. As he approached the other side, he saw the florist shop for which he was looking. He stopped for a moment to glance at a wedding wreath in the window. Then he walked toward the door.
Well, here goes.
Yes, sir? Can I help you?
Yeah. First, you can give me one of them carnations.
Yes, sir. They're very pretty. One of these?
No, one of the red ones. I like red.
Yes, sir. Shall I pin it in your lapel?
Yeah, why not? What do you do after you get through here?
I go to night school to learn jiu-jitsu.
No kidding.
There you are.
How much?
25 cents.
Cheap enough. Catch it.
Thank you. Call again.
Go on and back and tell your boss I want to see him.
My boss?
O'Banion. Tell him George is here.
Do you have an appointment?
Who needs an
Who is it, Lillian?
Well,
Are you
Mr.
O'Banion?
That depends who you are.
The name is Moran. George Moran.
Lillian, run down the corner and get me the evening papers.
Yes, sir, right away. I'll be right back.
Cute trick.
She's like the flower business, Moran. A front. So hands off.
Okay.
That recommendation from Ross has rated you pretty high.
We get along. Good as anybody can get along in Joliet.
Things have changed since you went in, Moran.
So I hear.
They got a law now. The 18th Amendment, they call it. They want people to stop drinking. But they made a mistake. Too many people don't like that law. When there's a law people don't like. Somebody's bound to make a fortune out of it.
We even had bootleggers in Joliet.
Come on in back. I want you to meet one of my friends.
Yeah, sure.
He's one of my vice presidents. You'll be another. The wife. I want you to meet George Moran. Earl White.
Pleased to meet you, Bugs.
The name ain't Bugs. It's George.
Okay, no harm meant. I just heard they called you Bugs.
Nobody calls me Bugs. Never.
Take it easy, George. We don't go for rough stuff. And we don't go for rough talk unless it's called for.
Okay.
I said things were changing. We're in business. We're legit, practically.
Just tell me what I do and when I start doing it.
You'll have plenty to do.
We're organizing the whole North Side. Every drop of booze and every mug of beer that's sold on the North Side will be ours.
That's all right with me. But suppose some other guys get different ideas.
That's one of the reasons I'm putting you on the payroll, Moran.
Don't worry. Nobody'll muscle in.
Hey, muscle in. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. I'll have to remember that. Not bad.
It's like this, Moran. There's a bunch over on the west side and the south side doing the same thing we are. So long as they stay there and don't muscle in, nobody will get hurt.
And it's working out okay. I've got an agreement with the guy that runs things, Johnny Torrio.
Sounds as easy as selling flowers.
I don't know. That Torrio may be all right, but he just brought a guy in from Brooklyn, a bad actor.
Huh? I know a lot of guys from Brooklyn. Who is he?
What's his name, boss?
Al something or other.
Yeah, that's it. Al Capone.
So, Don, the Chicago gangs grew stronger as each of them strained to expand beyond the limits of the agreed territories. For 3 years, no gang leader would make the first move because he could foresee the violence that would follow. Then one day, Bugs Moran had an urgent summons from the operator of a speakeasy on the north side. He walked into the smoke-filled place and saw the operator sitting at the bar.
Hello, Patsy.
Oh, Moran. Sit down.
Yeah.
Harry, straight bourbon for Mr. Moran.
Okay. Well, what's your trouble?
Maybe it's your trouble, Moran.
What do you mean?
Just put the bottle down, Harry, and go take care of them customers down there.
All right.
Don't talk in riddles, Patsy.
Pour yourself a drink.
Thanks. Luck.
Good stuff, huh?
Come on, Patsy. I didn't come over here to drink your booze. What's the trouble?
You just drank it.
Now, look.
Take a squint at that bottle.
Hey, where'd you get that stuff?
I bought it.
You'll get in trouble, Patsy, making buys from outside.
They backed the truck up here, Moran. They unloaded 40 cases. They said, take the stuff or take a dose of lead. I took the stuff. Ain't bad, is it?
Who was it?
How should I know? 3 gorillas with a look in their eye.
You pulling a fast one, Patsy?
Me? I buy your rot gut and pay you good for peace and quiet. I pay you to keep guys like that off my neck.
They'll be off your neck, Patsy. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
So long. And thanks for the drink.
Don't mention it.
You got too hot a temper, Moran. I said this is business. No rough stuff unless it's called for.
Those monkeys won't understand nothing except rough stuff, O'Banion. First it's one joint, then it's another. Then they'll be all over the north side.
It's a mistake.
Johnny Torrio don't make mistakes. Where's Weiss, anyway?
I told him the meeting was off. It's all settled.
Settled? How?
I put in a call for Johnny Torrio. He's going to get it straightened out and call me back.
Yeah? Well, if you...
Maybe that's him.
Yeah, and maybe it ain't.
Just do your job, Moran. I'll handle this. Hello?
O'Banion?
Yep. Who is it?
Johnny Torrio asked me to call. This is Al Capone.
Oh, there's Al. You checked up on that deal?
Yeah, and as far as we know, it wasn't our boys that made the sale.
Oh?
We don't like that kind of business either, O'Banion. We want to put a stop to it as much as you.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Johnny Torrio said get the details. He said work with O'Banion.
It's a deal, Capone.
Suppose I send a couple of boys around tonight to see you.
Make it tomorrow, Capone, at the flower shop.
Yeah, at the flower shop. They'll be there.
Lillian? Lillian?
Yes, Mr. O'Banion.
Oh, Mr. Moran.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Lillian.
Yes, sir?
First bring me that birdseed. Kankakee's hungry. Aren't you, Kankakee?
Yeah. Guys keep parking these green trucks right in the middle of the road.
Yes.
I'll wait on them first.
They're not customers. Just some gentlemen I'm expecting. We'll go in back and make that call to Moran.
Yes, sir. I'll do it right now.
Oh. Come in, boys. Come in.
Hello, Banyan. We're from El Capone.
Glad to see you. Well, how are we going to straighten out this mess?
Capone says it's easy.
Then let's get to it.
Sure, Banyan. Let's get to it.
Hey, what's the idea of the guns?
So long, pal. Come on, let's get out of here.
Thus done, the two leading gangs of Chicago's racketeers declared war on each other. A gang war that lasted many years, and bloodshed mounted with the months.
Now back to gangbusters. Now, you've told us, Mr. Heck, how gang war flared up in Chicago after the Johnny Torrio Al Capone syndicate sought to invade the North Side and murdered gang leader Diana Banyan.
Yes, Don, and the story of the killing was the news sensation of the day. O'Banion's principal lieutenants, Earl Little Jaime Weiss and George Bugs Moran, were on hand at the funeral parlor where O'Banion's body was on exhibition in a $10,000 casket surrounded by tons of gaudy floral pieces. There they planned retaliation, not so much to avenge O'Banion as to salve their own peculiar pride.
We gotta go through with it, Weiss. We gotta run Torrio and Capone into the ground.
You're wrong, Moran. Nobody can make out if we spend our time killing each other. We're in it for dough. That's the way O'Banion wanted it.
Yeah, and look where O'Banion is. You don't want to sit around and let Capone and Torrio give you the same kind of going over, do you?
Maybe we could get the whole thing settled.
No, settled. You talk like a maniac. There's only one way it's going to be settled. That's when we got the whole town.
I don't know. I was just figuring...
Quiet. Yes, only.
Mr. Weiss, can I see you a minute?
What's the matter, Lillian?
Well, another floral piece just arrived, and I...
Well, have them bring it in.
But there isn't room for any more flowers. Besides, this is bigger than anything in here. It's huge.
Who sent it?
I don't know. I didn't open the card.
Come on, Moran. Let's have a look.
O'Banion sent it.
Where are these posies?
Out in the anteroom. This way.
They gotta be brought into line, Weiss. That's the only way.
Let's see.
Right in here. There it is.
What for crying out loud? Who spent all that dough?
Pretty, huh?
Oh, it's hideous.
Where's the card?
This must be it.
How many men did it take to carry it in? 5? Well, who's it from, Moran?
Here. Read it yourself.
Sure. Rest in peace, Johnny Torrio and Al Capone.
A dirty, rotten...
You're right, Moran. They need a lesson. Let me at those wheels.
No, don't.
Yeah,
Don't you work those.
Who cares how much?
Soon, Don, George Bugs Moran and Earl Little Jaime Weiss sought and got revenge on gangster Johnny Torrio. Thus, the notorious Al Capone came into command. The war between the two factions continued, with 1 or 2 gangsters losing their lives every week. Finally, Little Jaime Weiss got his, and Bugs Moran became undisputed head of the North Side mobsters. But the pyramid of gang murders didn't help, and both sides knew it. So it was arranged one day that Bugs Moran walk alone and unarmed down a long hotel corridor toward a room at the end. As he walked, he looked carefully at each closed door he passed. Then, on reaching the end of the corridor, he stopped and opened the door.
Come in, Moran. Sit down. Make yourself at home.
Thanks, Capone.
Well, Are you ready?
Yeah, Capone. I'm ready.
It's about time we figured we weren't doing ourselves good.
What are your terms?
We split up the city and county. You stay on your side, I stay on mine.
Whose side begins where?
We go back to the old territories, the ones set up by Johnny Torrio and Diane O'Banion.
It's a deal.
And the deal covers everything. The booze, the beer, the dogs, the ladies.
Everything, Capone.
Okay. We'll shake on it.
I can still remember Diane O'Banion went to shake hands. He got lead.
We shake, sure there's no deal.
I can take the deal or leave it, Capone.
You're acting pretty dumb for a smart cookie, Moran.
Guy can afford to be dumb if he's lucky.
Well, that's the way you want it, Moran.
Put it here, Al.
That's more like it. And show them how to run a town.
Got no doubt about us running the town, Al. Let's just keep from trying to run each other.
Hello, Moran. How are you?
Hello, Betsy.
You remember that guy I was telling you about?
Guy? What guy?
Guy with the idea.
Oh, yeah.
I got him back in my office.
The fuck? Oh, let's go see him.
I think it'll work, Moran. Ought to be good for plenty each month.
What'd you say this guy's name was?
Joe. Joe or Jerry.
Joe or Jerry. Okay, open up.
Hello, Joe. I want you to know George Moran. Glad to see you.
Patsy tells me you got a new grift.
Yeah. If you go for it, Moran, do I get a spot?
Sure. I get a million spots. Come on, hurry up, though. I gotta meet a girl outside.
Well, the idea is this. There's lots of little guys in business. Big ones, too.
Yes, I know that.
They got all kinds of stores. So we form all kinds of organizations. All the cleaners in one association, all the laundries in another. Follow me?
Yeah, go on.
So before we start these associations, a cleaner here, a cleaner there is going to have trouble. A brick through his window, a stink bomb maybe. So they join the association to protect their business.
And?
And they get protection. Without joining the organization, they get no protection. Good stiff dues. Right. Good stiff dues. To us. Well, what do you think of it?
It stinks.
But it's a cinch.
I said it stinks. Go on, get out.
George, it'll work. It'll make millions.
I said get out. Now hit the ties, you crumb bum.
Okay. It's just an idea. So long. What was the idea, Moran? That guy had something.
Did he?
Sure. Be a cinch to operate. You got the strong arm boys. That's all you need.
I know it. You try it out first in the cleaning shops.
Hey, you told Joe you didn't go for the idea.
Sure. Why should I cut him into the deal? A stranger.
Yeah, why should you?
Boy, I could see this thing spreading all over the city. Maybe farther. Maybe to New York.
Oh, yeah? What about Capone?
Well, what about him?
Capone ain't gonna like it.
Let him not like it. There's been peace and quiet too long. I'm sick of it. Come on. Hello?
Moran?
Yeah?
Al Capone. How's it going?
No complaints, Al.
But I got a complaint.
Have you?
Yeah. That protection racket of yours is a pretty good idea, Moran.
Yeah. I like it.
But it's covering too much ground.
It'll cover more ground, Al. Nothing like it was included in the agreement.
Well, that's the way you want it.
It is.
Okay, Moran. Be seeing you.
That dawn was the beginning of another flare-up between Chicago's rival gangs. And the direct result was the most sensational and blood-curdling event to arise out of the long history of Chicago's mobsterism.
You were telling us, Mr. Heck, that gang war between the Al Capone and Bugs Moran mobs broke out all over again.
That's right, Don. There were many killings on both sides. With the feud at its height, Bugs Moran called a meeting of a dozen of his henchmen at the garage on North Clark Street he sometimes used as headquarters. By a little after 10 in the morning, 8 of his lieutenants had arrived.
So what, Moran? So they're a little bit late.
When I tell guys to be here, I mean it. Now, will you monkeys keep quiet? How can anybody think?
Okay, boys, don't get excited.
Now, just keep it quiet.
They'll be along in a minute. What do you say we get some coffee?
Coffee.
Come on. You can relax.
All right, Patsy. I guess I can stand some relaxing, too.
Well, you knew what was going to happen. You knew Capone wouldn't sit still.
Okay. I heard all about it. I want to hear.
Get out the side door and cut through the alley. It's shorter.
Anyways, all right. You guys stick here. I'll be right back.
Are you going out to buy me a present, boss?
Present? Yeah, I'll give you a present.
But, boss, it's Valentine's Day.
Oh, Valentine's Day, huh? I'll get busy. You think it's the 4th of July. Come on, Patsy, let's go.
You ought to take it easy, Moran. You'll get Capone in the end.
Just take me to that coffee.
Sure. Maybe you could get the old agreement working again.
I don't want to hear no more about it. Take a look around before we hit the sidewalk.
Yeah. No, there's nothing. Hey.
What?
Cops.
Huh?
Just pulled up in front of the garage.
Get close to the wall. You haven't got enough trouble now. Cops.
All right, let's go.
With machine guns.
Come on.
Hey, those aren't cops. They're Capone guys.
Okay, get inside. Let's do a good job.
What do you say, boys? Let's go get them.
No, stick where you are.
We ought to warn the guys.
There's 7 of them left in there. They can take care of themselves.
Not against machine guns. Besides, they think the cops.
Stick here, I said.
It's like a slaughterhouse, boss.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go after Moran. We'll get a couple of them anyway.
Oh.
We can show them.
Oh, let's get out of here.
But Moran.
Come on, let's move fast. Yeah? What is it?
He's outside, George.
What's his name?
Foster. Bill Foster.
Bill Foster. All right. Bring him in.
Yes, George.
And Lillian,
Yes?
leave the blindfold on.
Sure, George. All right. Come on in.
Better help me through the door, miss.
I'll help you. Right through here.
Come in, Foster.
You Moran?
Go on out, honey. Leave us alone.
Sure, George. I'll be right outside.
Hey, how about letting me take the blindfold off?
Not on your life, brother. What paper you with, anyway?
The American? Who was it, Moran? Who shot up the garage? Who killed those 7 guys?
Only Capone's gang kills like that.
You lost a lot of talent. Gonna do anything about it?
If I was, I wouldn't tell it to a newspaper.
But you're not?
I made up my mind to quit Chicago.
Leave it all to Capone?
I didn't say I was yellow, and don't you print it.
Where you going?
Just say I made up my mind to retire. I've been thinking about it a long time, and I just now made up my mind. But don't say I'm quitting because I'm scared of Capone.
Because you're not, huh?
Between you and me, Foster, I am. I know when I'm cooked. Capone's cooked, too, but he don't know it. It won't be me or anybody like me that gets him. But he'll be got. You remember that.
So, Don, George Bugs Moran foresaw the end of gang rule in Chicago. And it was not many months after he fled Capone's vengeance that the notorious gang leader was arrested by United States Treasury agents under the great Elmer L. Irie, and subsequently sentenced to a long term on Alcatraz.
But what about Bugs Moran, Mr. Heck?
Well, Don Moran remained in retirement until just a few months ago. But the time came when he once more thought he could make a killing. This time for $1 million.
Then you'll be back next week to give us another episode in the fantastic criminal life of George Bugs Moran?
I certainly will, Don.
Well, thank you, Prosecuting Attorney Matthias H. Heck of Dayton, Ohio. We'll all be looking forward to next week's case.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
I'm here in the Cook County Jail with only 29 hours to live before I go
got pulled over
to the
in
electric
front of
chair.
Cook County Jail.
Listen later to the rest of this amazing statement of a murderer who died in the electric chair only a few hours ago. A statement recorded inside the death cell especially for gangbusters.
And now to gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has again asked the Honorable Matthias H. Heck, prosecuting attorney, Dayton, Ohio, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the notorious Bugs Moran.
Mr. Heck, we know how George Bugs Moran, who for years was Al Capone's only serious rival in the Chicago underworld, finally was sentenced to a term in prison, the first he had served in 20 years, despite numerous crimes accredited to him.
And it was a comparatively short sentence, Don Gardner. Moran was soon out of prison. To all appearances, he was making an effort to go
Guys in the
straight.
green trucks, they keep
He set himself up as
leaving
a
the trucks
speculator
there.
in oil leases and was operating in the southern Illinois and Indiana boom country. One day, about a year ago, Moran and an associate were seated in the rectory of a church at Vandalia, Illinois, waiting to keep an appointment with the pastor.
Give me a cigarette, Moran.
You don't have to smoke in here.
Well, I don't see no signs.
You don't see no... You don't have to smoke. Just sit there and don't say nothing when he comes in.
Who wants to say something?
Don't open your yap and everything. Okay, here he is. Now get up, get up. Get up, I said. Hello, Reverend.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Nice to see you again, Reverend.
Yes?
Oh, this is my associate, Mr. Virgil Summers.
How you do, Reverend?
Virgil is a name with a heritage.
Everybody calls me Doc.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Well, Reverend, did you talk over our proposition with the elders?
I did, Mr. Moran.
And?
The matter was left undecided until I brought them the answers to a few more questions.
Well, anything they want to know, Reverend. The church has got that 40 acres of land out there that has a good chance of having oil under it. Now, if we bring in oil, why, every Sunday, instead of members of the congregation putting into the contribution box, they'll have to take out just so as you can get rid of the money. That's how rich the church will be.
I doubt, Mr. Moran, that such an extreme measure would be necessary.
Well, I can't for the life of me see what you're hesitating for. Can you, Mr. Summers?
I cannot, Mr.
Well, as you
Moran.
know, gentlemen, the first consideration is whether under the terms of the late Mr. Baker's will, we can use the property for this purpose. Mr. Baker bequeathed it to us as a cemetery, you know.
No, Reverend,
However, the elders agree that we may be able to obtain a liberal interpretation of Mr. Baker's generous...
Now we're getting someplace.
But there is one other consideration, Mr. Moran.
Anything, Reverend, anything at all.
It has come to our attention that you are also the notorious Bugs Moran of Chicago.
The name is George Moran. It never was Bugs Moran.
But you are from Chicago.
Well, what difference does it make where I come from or what I was? I'm here with a legitimate business proposition, and that ought to be enough.
I'm afraid, Mr. Moran, the elders would prefer to deal with someone longer established in the oil business.
Come on, Doc. Let's go.
Wait a minute, Moran. Maybe the Reverend wants another kind of business.
Come
huh?
on.
Okay.
Good day, gentlemen.
So long, Reverend. I'll see you in church.
Look at me. Dealing with preachers and widows and banks.
And what's the matter with banks, Doc?
Nothing at all, Moran, if we do business with them in the right way. But this oil lease pitch is a waste of time and a waste of money.
Don't tell me what's a waste of money, Doc. As long as we're in the oil lease business, we got a legitimate pursuit. There's nobody can say nothing to us for being around.
Okay, but can't you pick a legitimate pursuit we can make dough at instead of throwing it away?
Who knows, Doc? Maybe oil will turn up under some of that land we got under lease.
Yeah, maybe someday cops will shoot dollar bills out of their guns instead of bullets, but I ain't waiting around to find out. Angie says...
Oh, Angie. Who cares what Angie says?
I care what she says. And you ought to, too. She comes in pretty handy when a job needs a lady's touch.
Now, let me tell you something, Doc. Keep Angie and the rest of your homework out of my hair. If you want to string along with me, we'll make a buck. Otherwise, goodbye.
Now, wait a minute, boss. I was just talking.
Now, talk to yourself or Angie. When it comes to business, just listen.
Okay, don't get excited.
Stick here. I'm going to put in a long-distance call to Dayton.
You well?
Yeah.
Now you're talking. I hope he's all set.
If he's set, you'll know about it.
There's only one thing.
Yeah?
Tell Al if the deal's got any preachers in it, it's out.
I'll be right back.
Yes? Did you want to see me?
Reverend Thomas?
That's right.
My name's Dixon. I'm a special agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, yes. Sit down. Sit down. Mr. Dixon, you said?
Dixon, yes. Thanks.
Well, Mr. Dixon, I suppose you hear from a lot of old cranks like me.
No one's a crank, Reverend. No one that has something that might turn into a legitimate lead.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Dixon, after thinking the whole thing over and losing no little sleep, I'm sorry that I phoned you.
I'm not, Reverend.
It comes down to this. Bugs Moran or no Bugs Moran, the man approached me on what was a legitimate enterprise. I had no right to treat him so shabbily. He's probably making every effort to live a better life. And he should be encouraged, especially by a minister of the gospel.
This is Bugs Moran you're talking about?
Bugs Moran or any other man.
Reverend, we've been following Bugs Moran for weeks, since long before he approached you.
Well,
his oil lease business may be legitimate, but we think it's only a blind.
What, Mr. Dixon?
A blind. Camouflage for something else.
Oh.
I suppose you've read about the several bank robberies in southern Illinois and Missouri and Indiana in the last year.
Read about them. I preached a sermon on the subject. So, you think Moran is the bank robber?
We're watching him, Reverend.
Well,
we haven't been able to prove it yet, but we think we will.
Well, so long, Doc. I'll see you in Dayton. So long, Angie.
Toodaloo, Moran.
You want me to walk to the train with you?
What's the matter? Don't you think he can find the train himself?
You just drive on, Angie. Doc, get this car in shape. It sounds like it hasn't been greased in a year. So long.
Bon voyage.
Give my best to Al. Huh?
Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, get moving.
Where to? One of your oil wells?
Angie, so help me, someday I'm going to twist your nose around your ear.
That.
And lay off Moran, will you? We've been doing okay with him.
You mean he's been doing okay with us? That has been.
Angie.
Bugs Moran, who needs him?
We got him. That's all there is to it. Now shut up about it.
Doc?
Yeah?
What's this Dayton caper?
Watch it. You got a red light there.
Okay, I see it. I'm not blind. I ask you a question.
What question?
What gives in Dayton? What did Al come up with?
Ask Moran.
Oh, Doc, I swear I'm going to claw
Okay,
your...
go ahead. The light's green.
Oh,
We're pulling out for Dayton tonight. You throw your duds in a bag and be ready to go.
But, Doc, I don't
You
want
heard me. We're driving to Dayton. I don't want to hear no more about Moran or oil wells or anything. Just drive.
Special Agent Haynes.
Mr. Haynes, Special Agent Dixon's on long distance from Vandale, Illinois.
Oh, good. Put him on.
Yes, sir. Hello, Haynes.
What's up, Dixon?
Moran bought a ticket to Dayton, and he's on the train now. I sent Greer along to keep him company.
Okay. We'll take over on this end when the train gets in. What's in Dayton?
I haven't any idea, but it must be a deal.
Oh?
It looks like he's coming alone to avoid suspicion. I think Doc Summers and the woman are getting ready to make the drive there. They're having the car serviced.
Are you going to stay with them?
I'll be right behind them wherever they head. If it's Dayton, I'll see you.
Okay, Dixon. We'll be looking for you.
And keep your fingers crossed, Haynes. Before this is over, I think we'll have Moran where he'll never be able to squeeze his way out again.
So, Don, as the notorious Bugs Moran and his henchmen were about to pull a deal, as they termed it, in Dayton, Ohio, they were unaware that agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation were maintaining a constant surveillance of the mob, hoping to catch them in the act of committing a crime.
Now, back to gangbusters. You were telling us, Mr. Heck, how agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation suspected the deposed Chicago racketeer Bugs Moran as the leader of a gang of bank robbers.
That's right, Don. And Moran had been followed to Dayton, Ohio, in the hope of catching him and his Confederates in the act of committing a crime. Later, the criminal Doc Summers and the woman Angie arrived by car from Illinois and rang the bell at the house where Moran was staying.
Fine reception. Guess nobody's home.
Angie, I've been listening to you beef for 300 miles. Now keep it quiet. Before I give you really something to beef about.
Ring the bell again, will you? Running all over the country like a bunch of bums.
Angie, I swear.
Here comes somebody.
Okay, then get a smile on your puss.
I'll smile when I want to.
Hello, Al.
Doc, come in. Did you have a good ride?
Yeah, considering.
I had a good ride, too.
That's nice. We're into the parlor, Doc. He wants to see you.
Yeah? Where, in here?
Yeah, this is it. Come on, Angie. I'll show you where you bucked.
Well, maybe I got something to say to Moran, too.
If you have, you can say it later. Go on in with Al.
Now, listen. I'm coming. Don't push me around. I'm not your mother.
Hi, boss.
Hello, Doc.
Nice layout here, Moran.
It'll do. Sit down and pour yourself a drink.
Thanks.
How is the trip?
Well, okay.
Angie?
She's getting to be a pain where it hurts.
Yeah, I heard her just now. But, like you say, Doc, sometimes she comes in handy.
Pour you one, too, boss?
No, I'll stick with this. But, you gotta straighten her out, Doc. A dame around's okay with me until she gets to a point where she's liable to queer the caper.
Yeah, what about the caper? What's Al got set?
It's good for 10 grand.
Not bad. Another bank?
No. Tavern owner.
Hey, I quit heisting saloons years ago.
All right, now, wait a minute.
Besides, what saloon has 10 grand?
Will you listen? Okay. It's a pretty good deal.
Oh?
This tavern's right near the big frigid air plant. Every payday, the workers come in the joint to cash the checks. So every Friday, this tavern owner goes downtown to the bank and gets $10,000. No more, no less. $10,000.
Now it begins to sound like something.
Guy rides back alone from the bank. We nail him on the way.
Enough.
Now, the thing we gotta do is know that bank inside out, the tavern, and the streets in between.
Sounds like a cinch.
Tell Angie to get ready.
But Moran,
I know, but I want to show you that tavern and get a better look for myself. You'll take Angie along for the ride.
All the way to Dayton to knock over a tavern guy.
I'm warning you, Angie. You better shut up or you're going back home. And if I send you home, it'll be on your back. Now remember that.
She'll be all right.
Yeah, I'll be all right. Saloon bandits.
Okay, now that's enough. This sounds too easy, Moran. Somebody goes to the bank with him. They got to.
Al's been watching him 3 weeks. He goes alone.
Well, then he sure carries a gun. If he don't, he ought to.
What if he does? There'll be enough of us.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
I heard enough out of you, Angie. Go on home.
That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it?
Moran, she better stay.
And suppose I don't want to.
Go on, get out.
Well, good night. I think I'll pick up a guy. Maybe 2 guys.
Pick up whoever you like.
Those 2 over there ought to do me fine.
Hey, Angie, you go on home now.
Nighty-night. Hello, boys.
Hi.
You too, hello.
Hello.
Got a cigarette?
Sure. Here, help yourself.
Thanks. It's just my brand. Match?
Yeah, sure.
Much obliged.
Don't mention it.
You wouldn't like to buy me a drink, would you?
We'd love to.
I like rye, straight rye.
But we're expecting our wife.
Oh,
Yeah, any minute.
some other time.
It's a date.
Well, I guess I'll toddle along home.
That's as good a place as any.
Thanks for the cigarette.
What do you think, Haynes?
It was an accident. They didn't send her over.
I don't care for that kind of accident. Maybe we're too close to him.
Maybe. But we've got to take our chances. Come on, let's get out to the car.
Hey,
Hello, Andy.
get out of here. Nobody comes in my room, Moran, not without an invitation.
I got an invitation. My own.
What do you want?
Here,
What's that?
a bus ticket. Get packed and get out of here.
Now, wait a minute, Moran. Nobody's telling me where to go and when.
I'm telling you right now to get yourself out of here, and you better do it before I let you know why.
Why, you no good hoodlum.
I've
I
had
oughta
enough
let...
of your rotten tongue, Angie. Now get packed.
Doc will have something to say about this.
Doc's already had something to say. He went down and bought the bus ticket.
You rotten heat, I'll claw your eyes out. You can't stop me.
Now, get packed before you get more. Only worse.
Dixon. Nice night, huh, Dixon? Beautiful. Girl got on the bus home. Ticket at St. Louis. Okay, we'll have her picked up at Cincinnati. Yeah. That's the car, the Buick. You got a lot of nerve leaving a stolen car parked right in front of the house. Not so much. It hasn't even been reported stolen yet. Oh. Doctor it belongs to us in Chicago at a convention. Well, it's a cinch they don't want a hot car around too long. Maybe tomorrow's the day. A month's pay says it is. Yeah, I'd make the same bet. The lights are still on in the house. Moran makes his boys study late. Just walk on by. I hope we can stick with him tomorrow. We will. There's 4 extra men flying in from Cleveland. Good. We'll need them. I don't think Moran will give up so easily, even when he's through. Now we'll turn left at the next corner.
Make quick work of this job, boys. There's a lot of traffic out, more than we counted on.
It'll be okay, Moran.
Don't worry. The only thing I wish is Angie was here to help me spend my part of that guy's 10 grand.
Oh, for the love of... Will you stop yapping about Angie?
Okay.
We'll take him at the red light. You ready, Al?
Yep. All set.
Doc?
Am I ready for 10 grand?
All right, boys. I'll be following you.
There's the light.
He's stopping in a good place.
Right back up.
Go ahead, but take your time. Do it right.
Let's go, Doc.
Right with you. You get that side out.
Yeah.
I'll take over the wheel.
Hey.
Move over, bud. We'll take care of that package.
You'll let him slide over this way.
Okay. Only don't shoot.
Get your head down.
All right.
Lower, or I'll knock it down.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, you got the light.
Get his eyes taped.
No, please don't.
Don't tell us what to do. Now you'll shut up.
Tape him up good, pal. The less he sees, the better.
Special Agent Haynes.
This is Dixon. We got a bad break, Haynes. We lost Moran in traffic.
No.
It couldn't be helped. And they may be pulling the job right now.
Well, no reports have come in yet.
Well, look, Haynes, get out an alarm on that stolen Buick. At least we'll have that to hang on him, if nothing else.
All right. I'll put it on the teletype right away.
Go ahead. Walk. Faster.
But I can't see.
That's the idea of the tape, so you can't see.
Go ahead.
All right.
How much farther?
Walk, I say.
Get up. Get up, or I'll kick you so you really feel it.
That's far enough. Leave him lay there.
That's the boss.
Tape him to that tree. But good.
Okay.
Everything go all right?
On schedule, boss. On schedule.
Where's the score?
Right here. I ain't had time to count it, but it feels like 10 grand if anything ever felt like 10 grand.
Well, let's get moving.
Hey, you set? Oh, come on, let's go.
You take the wheel, then.
Yeah. Boy, we got any more like this, Moran?
A few. Just a few. Come on, let's go.
Okay, I'm coming.
All right, get in.
Well, Moran, where to?
Back to the joint.
But, boss, we ought to move.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of hanging around like a couple of ducks for them to shoot at.
Listen to Papa, will you? He knows best.
Hey, Doc. Doc, wake up.
Huh?
Somebody's tapping on the window. See?
Holy, it's Angie. Well, I'll be...
Get rid of that dark.
Yeah. Angie, what?
Go over and open the door, Doc.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
I know it. If it wasn't, would I be banging on the window?
Why ain't you in St. Louis?
I'm not, that's all. Open the door.
Oh, Moran knew you were here. He'd cut my head off.
Open the door.
Okay, but be quiet, will you?
Get rid of that dark. It ran of a
Yeah,
plane.
yeah, okay. It ain't one thing with her, it's another. Never anybody. Oh, well. Now look here, Angie. What's the idea that...
FBI, don't move.
FBI?
Just keep still and you'll be all right.
Listen, guys.
Where's Moran sleeping?
In there.
And Al?
There, but he's not sleeping.
You, take Al. But watch him.
Okay.
You hold this one here. Come on, Haynes.
Right.
Okay. All right. Open the door. Easy. Come on. The light. Yeah. Okay. Let's wake him. All right, Moran. Sit up.
Hey, what's the idea?
I said sit up.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You...
FBI, Moran. Here's your pants. Get them on.
You guys got no right coming in here and hearing me. I got a right to my privacy.
This isn't 20 years ago, Moran. Get those pants on or we'll take you in without them.
So, Don, after nearly 25 years, the notorious Bugs Moran, once one of the most feared gangsters in the country, was finally convicted as a common bandit. Moran and his accomplices, Virgil Doc Summers and Al Fouts, were all given maximum terms of 25 years, which they are now serving in Ohio State Penitentiary.
Well, thank you, Matthias H. Heck, prosecuting attorney, Dayton, Ohio, for giving us the inside facts into the amazing case history of George Bugs Moran. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and Dayton, Ohio detectives who participated in the investigation and prosecution of this notorious criminal. Now, a special Gangbusters presentation.
Late Thursday night, a murderer was led down a dimly lit corridor in the Cook County Jail at Chicago. This murderer had a message to leave behind him, and a special Gangbusters crew went into his cell to record that message. Here it is.
My name is Ernest Gaither Jr. I'm here in the Cook County Jail with only 29 hours to live before I go to the electric chair. I was a stick-up man. That's what I was at the age of 16. I was a boss of a gang. I thought I was a big shot to 3 grand in my pocket at all times. But it was a great mistake I made for thinking that. You are not tough when you put a gun in a man's face and take what he has worked hard for. It don't take guts to do that. Any fool can put a gun in his hand and do wrong, but it takes a man with guts to get a job and work for what he wants. I am just so sorry that I couldn't see it this way until it was too late. Although my life will be taken from me, but my soul is going to rest with God in heaven. That will be my next home. And I am so happy that I am ready to go.
House, son.
A few hours after he made that statement,
those buttholes took 2 of my cars. Whoa. They did. Somebody drove off with 2 of my cars. Shits.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
My name is Ernest Gaither Jr. I'm here in the Cook County Jail with only 29 hours to live before I go to the electric chair.
Listen later to the rest of this amazing statement of a murderer who died in the electric chair only a few hours ago. A statement recorded inside the death cell especially for gangbusters.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has again asked the Honorable Matthias H. Heck, prosecuting attorney, Dayton, Ohio, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the notorious Bugs Moran.
Mr. Heck, we know how George Bugs Moran, who for years was Al Capone's only serious rival in the Chicago underworld, finally was sentenced to a term in prison. The first he had served in 20 years, despite numerous crimes accredited to him.
And it was a comparatively short sentence, Don Gardner. Moran was soon out of prison. To all appearances, he was making an effort to go straight. He set himself up as a speculator in oil leases and was operating in the southern Illinois and Indiana boom country. One day, about a year ago, Moran and an associate were seated in the rectory of a church at Vandalia, Illinois, waiting to keep an appointment with the pastor.
Give me a cigarette, Moran.
You don't have to smoke in here.
Well, I don't see no signs.
You don't see no signs. You don't have to smoke. Just sit there and don't say nothing when he comes in.
Who wants to say something?
Don't open your yap and everything. Okay, here he is. Now get up, get
No.
up. Get up, I said. Hello, Reverend.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Nice to see you again, Reverend.
Yes?
Oh, this is my associate, Mr. Virgil Summers.
How you do, Reverend?
Virgil is a name with a heritage.
Everybody calls me Doc.
What's up, Doc?
Sit down.
Thanks.
Well, Reverend, did you talk over our proposition with the elders?
I did, Mr. Moran.
And?
The matter was left undecided until I brought them the answers to a few more questions.
Well, anything they want to know, Reverend. The church has got that 40 acres of land out there that has a good chance of having oil under it. Now, if we bring in oil, why, every Sunday, instead of members of the congregation putting into the contribution box, they'll have to take out just so as you can get rid of the money. That's how rich the church will be.
I
What's
doubt,
happening,
Mr.
buddy?
Moran, that such an
How you
extreme
doing?
measure would be necessary.
Well, I can't for the life of me see what you're hesitating
does.
for.
Rock and roll,
Can you,
brother.
Mr. Summers?
I cannot, Mr.
Well, as you
Moran.
know, gentlemen, the first consideration is whether
Good to
under
see
the
you,
terms
sir.
of the late Mr. Baker's will,
Good.
we
Yeah,
can use the
good.
property for this purpose.
You've been streaming a lot.
Mr. Baker
You always
bequeathed
stream
it
a
to
lot.
us as a cemetery, you know.
No, Reverend. I
However,
think that
the
you-
elders
Yeah, it
agreed
was nice chilling
that
with
we
you.
may
I
be
think it
able
was
to
last night.
obtain
It's always
a
nice
liberal
chilling with you, man.
interpretation of Mr. Baker's generous will.
Now we're getting someplace.
Jack,
But there is one other consideration, Mr. Moran.
anything, Reverend, anything at all.
It has come to our
Painting
attention
night
that you
boxes in my
are
school.
also the notorious
See where
Bugs
we're at.
Moran of Chicago.
Said. Dream good dreams. Dream good dreams, man. Rest well. And I know I'll see you on your stream soon. Well, he's in the window. Check it. Tucker. He's in the window. He's looking for the lady kitties. There's 2 lady kitties across the street. There's 2 lady kitties across the street. But they can go out of the house. I don't let him out because he doesn't know this area very well. Hey, buddy. What you doing, Tuck? That's how he's doing. That's flying.
My friend, the low rider. The low rider is a little higher.
Build up my upper body strength, man. You know? See, because now I can get out. I can get healthy again. Get my upper body strength built up. Pushing my wheelchair. This for 3 years, I really couldn't get much exercise. Now I can. See, I can get out like you are out every day. You're going. Haven't been able to do that, but now I can. So I can.
Rides a little slower. Low rider.
That's me in my wheelchair. That's my wheelchair cam. It's my neighborhood. This is where I moved to, here in Houston Woods.
Low rider knows every street, yeah. Low rider is the one to meet, yeah.
Bad good. Flip it right out of my chair. Yeah, I've been using those for a while. Chair cam, man.
Low rider don't use no
I wish I had some beer with you. Right on.
rider don't drive.
Yep, small town America, just like where I grew up outside Chicago. Welcome to the Midwest. Wish I had some.
Take a little trip, take a little trip and see. Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip with
You asked how my cat's doing. I was going to show you. He's a good boy. Tuckaroo. Thanks for asking, man. It's always good to see. I love your stream. I do. I love hanging out with you. Thanks for taking us with you all the time, man. It's a treat. It's a treat. It's so pretty where you live, and you're always so chill. Just enjoying life and enjoying the fresh air. Rock and roll. My favorite, your favorite, I think everybody's favorite is when you were out on that rock. It was probably a month ago. And it was just starting to rain a little bit, but you were like out on this rock and you're out there dancing. It was awesome. Yep, there's only one Sigmar. I remember the first time I tuned into your stream and I was like, this is cool, man. This dude's going for a nice walk in his town, going to get some breakfast. Right on. So thanks for taking us with you. Or you IRL bloggers, man. Right on. It's been nice. It's been nice here this week. For August, it's so hot in the Midwest. But it's not this week. This week's nice. It's been in 75, 80 degrees, so nice. Usually it's too hot. It's too hot to go outside. This is Chicago. The video in the background is Chicago, 100 years ago. And next year is the 200th anniversary of the founding of the very first Norwegian settlement in the USA. Nearby. When my ancestors on the sloopers come over. Right on. Yeah, it's going to be nice to be in Chicagoland for the 200th anniversary. So we got a lot of fun stuff to do, man. Good to see you. Let's smoke some weed. I'm glad you came in so I can take a weed break. They're backwards delicious. What's Tuck doing? Tuck, what you doing? Tuck. Tucker. Tuck, Tuck. Lady kitties. Yeah. There's two lady kitties. He's scoping them out. Tommy, guns and taxicabs, baby. Dig it. Rock and roll. So I came out to give you a shout out and to show you what I am playing. In case you get a hankering, highly recommended. You know the drill. Sweet. Mafia is the only one I've ever played. I've only ever played the original first Mafia. I've never played Mafia 2 or 3, but I'm going to. And Mafia is one of my all-time top 5 favorite games. I've been playing video games now for 44 years. And Mafia is one of my top 5. This is such a great game. Django Reinhardt, swing music, baby, roaring 20s. Three Finger Lightning, Django Reinhardt. Such a great soundtrack, such a great game. I could cruise around in here all night long having fun. Now I've got some nice, fresh, chill, mellow, lo-fi, roaring 20s mix that I made up. A couple of them. Then I'm listening to some old time radio. We're gonna listen to Gangbusters. We were listening to Bugs Moran. Oh yeah, I want to get me one of those pinup girls, man. Widowed and curvy. Sexy gray hair. I may be getting old, but I'm not dead. Right? Gangbusters, you guys. Gangbusters, gangbusters. Sigmar Soprano. It's in the house. Let's see if I got my nephew on here, if I can remember his name. Yeah, that's him. That's my nephew. He just started streaming. He had a blast. He's a freaking natural. That kid was just rolling. He was just rolling. It's his first stream today. Give him a look. My nephew. He's going to school to develop robotics. He's 18. He's an autistic genius. He's a riot, does all these voices. It was fun hanging out on my nephew's stream today. Awesome. Stig. Oh, dude, thank you. Thank you, Seg. Thank you, Seg. Now I gotta get some pin-up posters on the wall back here, right? Thanks for the pin-up posters. Right on. Pin-up posters. Rock and roll. So, gangbusters, you want to hear some old-time radio? If you're a fan of old-time radio, I'll be playing some old-time radio, cruising around. Hope you guys enjoy what you hear. Nighthawks, Barnes to Chicago.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson in Bullets or Ballots with Mary Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Otto Kruger.
So terrible.
Lux presents Hollywood. Bullets or Ballots. This is
the downside is this, my eyesight is failing. That is the downside. My eyesight's, you know, getting older. The upside is
and Otto Kruger.
Ugly girls look hot.
Is Frank B. Gomfrey, nationally known criminologist. Louis Silvers conducts our music.
All girls are
sexy. Just a word before hearing from our producer. A man notices when a woman is fresh and sweet.
I'm just moving my windows around in OBS.
He may not know
Hope
why.
you guys enjoyed the radio program. Let's try to fill up our taxi cab, right? Right.
A Lux toilet soap beauty bath is the best.
So I'm building up taxi cabs.
Right? Loretta Young, like many other screen stars, uses her complexion soap, Lux toilet soap, as a bath soap too. Its rich, active lather carries away perspiration, every trace of dust.
So what we're listening to right now, I'll give you guys a little insight of what I do. So what you're seeing right now.
And now, all right. The producer of the
so I'm going to record this, just the ambience, right? For the length of time that this radio program plays, and then I'll put them on my YouTube channel.
New word in the American language. But an old bugbear,
so I'll pick a scene out of this awesome freaking old game from this time, and I'll start putting some of my old-time radio collection in these awesome ambient scenes. And a bunch of you guys have requested over the last several years for my gaming music, because when I'm gaming, the music I mix myself, so I'm going to be putting that stuff on YouTube too. So I hope you guys enjoy it, hope you guys use it. And when I post my music mixes, I'll post links if you guys want to download it and listen to it.
In millions of dollars would scorn the modest sums involved in historical racketeering.
I'm talking all over this guy. I'm so freaking rude.
Such as that shown in
Salieri's. Boy, I had some spaghetti and meatballs last night. It was so good. Where'd that gangster go?
In his screen characterizations, Edward G. Robinson has often lived outside the law. But tonight he walks a straight and narrow path. As he pins a badge inside his coat,
I got my gangster machine over there.
Detective Johnny Blake.
So I think we just saved. We did. We had 8,000 coins.
Because of his own program, Big Town. This fast-talking, fist-swinging favorite is from Warner Brothers Studio and will soon appear in Confessions of a Nazi Spy. In Bullets or Ballots, you saw another brilliant performance by one of the screen's best bad men, Humphrey Bogart, who likes playing villains, and tonight resumes the part of Bugs Brenner.
Humphrey.
In our drama division, the statuesque Mary Astor, who brings her loveliness and talent to the role of
My brother and I watched the African
Otto Kruger
Queen
displays his
about
genius
2
for the
months ago.
sinister and changes only
It's
his first
good.
name in playing Al Kruger. We raise the curtain now, and the Lux
I
Radio
think
Theater
African
presents
Queen
Edward
is
G.
one of my
Robinson in
brother's
Bullets or
favorite
Balance,
movies of
with
all
Mary
time.
Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Otto Kruger.
Even though he thinks it's the greatest movie of all time, African Queen is not the greatest movie of all time, brother. It's not.
A radio station.
The
in a large
Wiz
eastern
with the
city.
super hot,
At a
sexy
table in one of
Diana
the small
Ross.
studios,
That's
a man
correct.
reads quietly from a typewritten page.
I want
Behind the
taxis.
glass enclosure,
This
the
is,
radio
whoa!
engineer sends the
This is
speaker
my
voice out across
Taxicab
the
company.
city, into the homes of
Right?
listening
We got
millions.
Gangster cabs.
The man nears the end of his
Gangster
speech.
cabs. This is my cab collection. Gangster cab company.
Rackets which are forcing prices
Right,
beyond the reach
dude.
of the poor.
If you're a
Ruining
gangster,
business, food, laundry, poultry, dry cleaning. And still the
cab
American
company's
people let the
perfect. You
racketeer
can
go
hear
free.
everything that's going
Men
on in
like
the
Al
back seat.
Kruger, protected against the law, return from mock trials to collect their share of the $200 million plunder taken each year from this city alone. And again I say, these rackets must be stopped. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been ordered by the crime
We're gonna
combine
race somehow.
to
I just want the
discontinue
right
these
car.
broadcasts.
I want to
The
finish
gentleman
my
who phoned
taxi
added,
lot.
Or else. For his information,
I'll
I
hush
shall
now.
continue to
I'm ruining
broadcast
the radio
regularly.
show.
And my papers will continue their present policy of open attack on racketeers and directors of organized crime, who are the really dangerous enemies of society.
Now, I played this last night during my stream, this episode. Gangbusters, ballots, bullets for ballots. Last night, with,
Right, Mr. Bryant.
I wasn't walking all over
That was a
it.
fine speech
But
tonight, Mr.
tonight,
Bryant. I heard it
I'm
on the
gonna
speaker
heckle
down here
this
in the
shit.
hall.
How'd you like it? Get me a cab, will you, Joe?
Sure. Yes, sir. You sure have the right angle on this racketeer
she looks
business.
like my mother.
Hey, look out! Look out, Mr. Bryant!
She looks like my mother.
Mr. Bryant!
I got to see my mom about a couple weeks ago. I saw my mom. My mom's about 90. My mom's about 90. It was nice chilling with my mom. She likes to watch game shows. Hey, hey, hey. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, it's nice chilling with my mom. She watches game shows all day, keeps her mind sharp. Answers the questions on the game shows.
It's me, Miss Lee.
Rock and roll.
Can I come in?
We probably need about 5 more cabs. These punks keep ganking my cabs, man.
Today, Herman? Oh, just fine, Miss Lee. You really got something in this numbers game. It's going to catch on up here in the Bronx even better than it did in Harlem. Here, here's one day's collection.
Did you have to bring it all in nickels, Herman?
No, ma'am.
Greetings, Bacon. Welcome. Salutations.
Yes, ma'am.
What's
You know,
new
if
and
it
how
keeps
are
on
you?
coming in like this, you can sell this cabaret and move right into Park Avenue.
Thanks. We'll stick to the cabaret and the Bronx. Bye, Herman.
Right
See you
on,
tomorrow.
Sig. Thank you.
There was something else I wanted to tell you.
Never mind. It'll come.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I saw Mr. Blake.
Animals,
when I come in.
aquariums, zoo
Yeah,
shows.
detective.
Awesome.
Where was he? In the
Cool, so
bar.
you're a streamer. I'll throw you a follow back.
Yeah.
What's happened downtown? Any extras out?
Oh, yeah. That publisher was murdered. The one name...
That explains it.
Oh, let's see. The name was...
Never mind, Herman. Sit down and rest.
Oh, I got it. Brian.
Thanks.
Yeah, anybody who streams always follows you guys back. I like chilling on you guys' channel. I live on Twitch.
Don't mind if I do.
I live on
Guess
Twitch.
It's all right for the boss to chin with a guy she hasn't seen in months.
I
How have
do.
you been, Johnny?
Okay.
Those bastards, they locked me in the closet. No shit. They gave me this crappy old computer.
That was
I live
real
on
brave
Twitch.
killing, wasn't it? Did you know him?
Yep. I've been on
Yeah,
Twitch
little.
since 1979.
Well,
Can you believe it? Don't believe it.
Well, wife and kid. That'll be plenty tough on them.
Wife and kid, huh?
Yeah.
You're a funny person, Johnny.
There's our next
You come out of
cab.
your shell, you're really human.
But I don't like to see decent people pushed around.
When something big breaks down there in your old stamping ground, it gets under your skin.
Nope,
doesn't it?
that's a gangster.
What makes you think so?
It's the only time I ever see you take a drink.
Oh, no, it's just a celebration. I found out who stole Mrs. Blausmeyer's laundry.
That must have been something.
It was.
You weren't on the level.
Sure, I've been transferred up here now regular.
Well, sir. That's a fine finish for a police career, isn't it? Trying to find stolen laundry in the Bronx.
Well, it's better than
Stolen
being
laundry.
with the fire horses. Hey, I'm not kidding myself. It's no use. I'm no use to them downtown
Would steal
anymore.
Well, with
laundry.
things like this Bryant killing going on, it looks like they need you plenty. They ought to have your whole flying squad back in action.
Oh, no. They don't believe in kicking the rats in line anymore. Nowadays, you're supposed to kiss them and
Awesome.
suck them in.
Your friend McLaren doesn't think so.
Well, McLaren's only a captain. Say, he takes orders, too.
So you just go along staying loyal to McLaren and the police department.
Yeah, that's about it.
And looking for laundry.
Sure.
And I am playing.
Someday Mac will be back up on top.
Welcome. You probably know the drill, but they're worth sharing. Cool. Shooky. You chilling? Yeah, you are. Shooky. Thanks for moderating. Thanks for chilling, guys. I like that. One of my favorite streamers. Oh, dude. Rust well, Seg. I just tried to give you another shout out. Rust well, dude. So much weed and so little time. Nighthawks. Boy, you know what, you guys? Dude, Nighthawks. Right on. I'm gonna take you guys to see this painting at my school.
From Hollywood, California.
Hollywood, California. Holy shit!
With Mary Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Otto Kruger.
What did they call her? That's terrible.
Lux presents Hollywood.
Nux.
Bullets or ballots? This
Let's
is the
go.
question answered in tonight's play. The vivid drama of a battle against racketeers. Screened by Warner Brothers, you'll hear it starring Edward G.
Shooky, you
Robinson,
cracked
Mary
me up
Astor,
at the beginning of
Humphrey
the
Bogart,
stream. That was
and Otto
hilarious.
Kruger.
You hear that chick,
While our
man? Her
special guest
mouth.
is
Holy
Frank
shit, Tony
D. Gumbel,
Soprano.
nationally known criminologist. Louis Silvers conducts our music. Just a word before hearing from our producer.
Oh.
A man
Reminds me of
notices when a
Blink.
woman is fresh and sweet, and really dainty. He may not know why, but he knows it's nice to be near her. And charming Loretta Young tells you,
Time to clean
men
that pipe.
fall for skin that's sweet. A Lux Toilet Soap Beauty Bath is the best way I know to protect daintiness. Makes you sure. Loretta Young, like many other screen stars, uses her complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, as a bath soap, too. Its rich, active lather carries away perspiration, every trace of dust, dirt. Leaves the skin really fresh and sweet. Make a Lux Toilet Soap bath your daily beauty bath. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater.
Yep, pipe
Ladies and
cleaning
gentlemen,
time. Watch
Mr.
out, fucking
Cecil B.
Crockett.
DeMille.
Yeah. All kinds, too much resin in
Greetings from
there.
Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen.
My herb pipe.
Racketeering is a comparatively new word in the American language, but an old bugbear in American history. Following the Revolution,
Pardon
American
me.
vessels in the Mediterranean were plundered and their crews thrown into slavery so frequently that the United States, to continue commerce in those waters, signed a treaty with the pirates' ruler, the Sultan of
Right.
Algiers. Uncle Sam paid $800,000
Algiers, man, there's
for the
no
ransom
loss
of
there.
imprisoned sailors, and for years paid an additional $23,000 annually as a guarantee for future safety, until our Navy under Stephen Decatur forever ended this racket of the Barbary pirates.
Stanky pipe.
Today's racketeers, dealing in millions of
Am I
dollars,
gonna get creamed? I'm
would
gonna get
scorn the
creamed
modest
hot.
sums involved in historical racketeering, and only by militant public resistance, such as that shown in tonight's play, Bullets or Ballots,
It's gonna be
can
sleeping
America
with the
purge
fishes.
herself of these internal parasites. In his screen characterizations, Edward G. Robinson has often lived outside the law, but tonight he walks a straight and narrow path as he pins a badge inside his coat and becomes, as he did in the picture, Detective Johnny Blake. An established air personality because of his own program,
I'm gonna
Big
clean
Town,
that pipe.
this
don't have any
Fast-talking,
papers. Little
fist-swinging
big
favorite
fatty.
is from Warner Brothers Studio and will soon appear in Confessions of a Nazi Spy. In Bullets or Ballots, you saw another brilliant performance by one of the screen's best bad men, Humphrey Bogart, who likes playing villains, and tonight resumes the part of Bugs Brenner. In our drama division, there's the statuette Mary Astor, who brings her loveliness and talent to the role of Lee Morgan. Otto Kruger displays his genius for the sinister and changes only his first name in playing Al Kruger. We raise the curtain now, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson in Bullets or Ballots, with Mary Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Otto Kruger. A radio station in a large eastern city. At a table in one of the smaller studios, a man reads quietly from a typewritten page. Behind the glass enclosure, the radio engineer sends the speaker's voice out across the city, into the homes of listening millions. The man nears the end of his speech.
And so, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, there are 1,000 rackets. Rackets which are forcing prices beyond the reach of the poor. Looting business, food, laundry, poultry, dry cleaning. And still the American people let the racketeer go free. Men like Al Kruger, protected against the law, return from mock trials to collect their share of the $200 million plunder
Where's
taken
Danny
each year from
DeVito
the
when
city
you need
alone.
him?
And again I say, these rackets must be stopped. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been ordered by the Crime Combine
It's
to
3 a.m.
discontinue these broadcasts.
Quarter after midnight.
The gentleman who phoned added, or else.
Need a few more.
For his information, I shall
More
continue to
cabs.
broadcast regularly. And my papers will continue their present policy of open attack on racketeers and directors of organized crime, who are the really dangerous enemies of society.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to Mr. Ward Bryant and his March Against Crime. Mr. Bryant will be heard again at this...
Feels good, man. It was such a hot summer. Such a hot summer.
Good night, Joe.
That was a fine speech tonight, Mr. Bryant. I heard it on the speaker down here in the hall.
How'd you like it? Get me a cab, will you, Joe?
Sure. Yes,
Now,
sir.
I wish
You
we could
sure
turn
have
the
the right
sirens
angle
on.
this racketeer business.
Dude, dude.
Hey, look out! Look out, Mr. Bryant! Look out!
Hush.
Mr. Bryant! Mr. Bryant!
Move along.
Help!
Oh, dude, that's it. That's it. I was just trying to punch your car.
Proceeding editor minor, gang bullets just one. Ward Bryant killed. Gangster car.
Chaos.
Cigar, cigarette, cigar.
Cigar? Cigarette?
Cigar.
Who is it?
What a
It's me,
honky.
Miss Lee. Hyman, can I come in?
Hoyman.
Evening, Miss Lee.
How are you, Herman?
They said you was in your office.
So why are you surprised? How were the collections today, Herman?
Oh, just fine, Miss Lee. You really got something in this numbers game. It's going to catch on up here in the Bronx even better than it did in Harlem. Here's one day's collection.
Did you have to bring it all in nickels, Herman?
No, ma'am. Oh, there's 2 other bags, too. Green money.
That's very nice.
Yes, ma'am. You know, if it keeps on coming in like this, you can sell this cabaret and move right into Park Avenue.
Thanks. We'll stick to the cabaret and the Bronx. Bye, Herman. See you tomorrow.
Say, there was something else I
gonna shoot
wanted
me.
to tell you.
Never mind. It'll come.
Oh, I remember.
Now he's dead.
I saw Mr. Blake when I come in.
Blake?
He'll be
Yeah,
alright.
the detective fellow.
He'll be alright.
In the bar.
The
With a little barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
What's happened
We
downtown? Any
legalized
extras out?
murder.
Oh, yeah. That publisher was
1924.
murdered. The one name...
That explains it.
Oh, let's see. The name was...
Never mind, Herman. Sit down and rest.
Oh, I got it. Brian.
Thanks. Hello, Johnny.
Oh, hello, eh? Sit down a while.
Don't mind if I do. Guess
like
it's
you
all
had a
right to cross
Magnum.
the chin with a guy she hasn't seen in months. How have you been, Johnny?
Okay.
Why don't you let me know you were here?
I was busy reading this about Brian.
That was real brave killing, wasn't it? Did you know him?
Yeah, a little. Swell fellow. And a swell wife and kid. That'll be plenty tough on him.
Wife and kid, huh?
Yeah.
You're a funny person, Johnny. When you come out of your shell, you're really human.
But I don't like to see decent people pushed around.
When something big breaks down there in your old stamping ground, it gets under your skin, doesn't it?
What makes you think so?
That's the only time I ever see you take a drink.
Oh, now, Davis, just a celebration. I found out who stole Mrs. Blausmeyer's laundry.
Ah, that must have been something.
It was.
You weren't on the level.
Sure, I've been transferred up here now regular.
Well, sir. That's a fine finish for a police career, isn't it? Trying to find stolen laundry in the Bronx.
Well, it's better than being pensioned off with the fire horses. I'm
Is
not
that
kidding myself.
Taxicab?
No use. I'm no use to them downtown anymore.
Oh, with things like this Bryant killing going on, it looks like they need you plenty. They ought to have your whole flying squad back in action.
Oh, no. They don't believe in kicking the rats in line anymore. Nowadays, you're supposed to kiss them and tuck them in.
Your friend McLaren doesn't think so.
Well, McLaren's only a captain. Say he takes orders, too.
So you just go along staying loyal to McLaren and the police department.
Yeah, that's about it.
And looking for laundry.
Sure. Someday Mac will be back
Laundry.
up on top. Then you won't have to worry
Laundry.
about me anymore.
Johnny, who killed Bryant?
Al Kruger?
You sure of it?
It wasn't Al himself. One of his stooges. Bugs Brenner, maybe.
How do you know?
Kruger had the most to lose by a cleanup. He controls every racket in town.
Yeah, not the numbers.
The numbers? Yeah, that's small time. If it ever gets big enough, he'll grab it just like he's grabbed everything else. He's got an organization, that guy. Crime Incorporated. Protected right down the line.
Crime Inc.
They can't lay a finger on him until we
Like
find out who's
Murder Inc.
behind him. The higher-ups who see to it that he gets away with anything he wants, including murder.
I wish they'd let you take a crack at this job.
Why? Feeling sorry for me?
Maybe. Or maybe it's just because I hate to see a swell guy eating his heart out.
No, forget it, will you?
The downside is I have narcolepsy.
It's a long time between your visits.
The upside is
I'll make it
I
so.
can drink coffee whenever I want.
Hey.
Doesn't matter.
I thought you
Shit,
didn't let
there's our
Muggs
cab
into this
again.
place.
I don't when I
Nope,
know
that's the
him.
coppers.
Well, look who's coming in.
Now we'll go steal
Who
that
is
cab. Come on, run
Well,
faster, Tony
I came up to Sing Sing a
Angelo.
couple of years ago.
No, no,
Well,
you don't.
Well,
No, you don't. You know what I'm doing. You know what I'm
What
doing.
turned you loose on the public again, eh?
Yeah. No thanks to
Move
you.
it. Move it.
Well, I hear they cut down the big shot detective down to size. It must be tough not to be able to kick the boys around anymore and make them tip their hats to you.
Well, they still do.
You're a Bronx flatfoot.
Yeah. Yeah, and as long as I'm part of the force, they'll keep on tipping their hats. Remember it next time.
All right, everybody.
We'll build
it's all
our cab
over.
company.
Muggsy, throw that guy out.
Who's ganked two more of my
Harry.
cabs, you punks. You
Well, I
thieving
can go downtown and see
bastards.
what's going on.
You haven't lost the mental touch, have you, Johnny?
See you soon.
Don't hurt your knuckles.
What do you want?
I want to see Al Kruger.
Yeah?
Blake's the name. Detective Blake.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Hey, Al. Huh? That's Blake. Good. Johnny Blake?
Come in, Johnny. All right, Benji, get out. Oh, Al. How are you, Johnny? Sit down. Yeah, big night for you, huh? Working overtime? Yeah, that happens a lot. Well, your racket must be doing all right.
Yep,
Yeah,
420
about
cab
5,000
company.
last
Let's
week.
go, go, go.
500,000, you mean? Maybe.
You guys want to
Can't
go
count
see
that,
Al
eh?
Capone's
You guy?
gravesite?
I thought you were homesteading the
My
Bronx.
brother's into
What are you doing
gangsters.
in
He'd
this neck
take
of the
a
woods?
side trip.
Just
Should we
poking around
freaking
the
rape
old
this
hangout.
ride? Come
What do you think
on.
of Brian
Get a
Pitt?
knuckle, motherfucker.
I was just reading about it. Too bad. Fine fellow. You can telling me. A couple of the boys are up here from
It's
headquarters.
gangster shit right there. Holy
They're very
shit.
nice about
What's
it,
he
though.
got?
That's the trouble. They have to.
Gracias,
You'd have taken me around the corner and rolled up a
muchacho.
newspaper.
Hope you catch
Yeah, I
a
guess
special
I would.
collected.
I didn't get much out of you the last time I gave you going over.
You guys didn't see a thing. You didn't see a thing. You didn't see nothing. Nothing at
I
all.
wanted to get you on that rap. Yeah, good old days. Yeah. You've traveled a long way since then. You'd have done a long way, too. You'd thrown in with me the first time I asked you. Maybe I would. Listen, you've been a great help to this business, Johnny. You know more about the inside of this town than any bird that ever lived in it. If I'd thrown in with you, Al, I'd have done it to nail you. No, you wouldn't. You never double-cross anyone in your life. Even a crook if he told you something in confidence. You rode the pants off of all of us, but you always let us know where we stood. And you've always known what I thought of you. Yeah, you're the only fella I'd take it from. Listen, I still want you to throw in with me, Johnny. I'll stick with the department. After all the kicking around they're giving you? You're a chump. All you'll ever get out of it is a petty larceny pension. I could do more for you in a year than you learn in a lifetime on the horse. Maybe I'd like to make my money the hard way. Well, no, probably still be asking you 10 years from now. If you live.
Let me get me coppers.
See the papers about...
Look at me,
what's he
Mom,
doing
top
here?
of the world.
Well, it isn't Bugs Brenner. After getting out of here, Blake. Hold your horses, Bugs. I asked Johnny here. Now, never mind, Al.
Bugs hasn't been able to forget the week he spent in the
That's
hospital.
good,
after
James
that swing
Cagney.
at me.
I can never remember the name of
I
that
don't
film,
think
but that's
much
pretty
matter.
good.
I'll
It's
see you
worth your
around.
time and your dime.
Oh,
Hasta la vista.
Bugs. Nice clean job you did on Brian. What are you talking about? Nothing yet. Good night, Al. Hey, what's he talking about? As if you didn't know your 10 cent
Oh.
I told you to leave Brian alone? I don't know anything about him. What's the matter with him? Is he dead? Yes, he's dead, and you did it. I pulled you off a truck, and you pay me back by taking a chance on ruining a $100 million gold mine. Well, someday you'll get wise to the fact that the strong-arm stuff went out with Prohibition. You're not running liquor anymore. You're in big business. Sit down. Ella.
Call the 95472.
That's right.
You'll see the extra. See us once tonight.
Yes, sir. Right away. Right on the satisfying. And who is that? The big fellas? The first time they've called in 6 months. And when they call at this time of the night, it means they're going to rake me over plenty. They're liable to pull the props out from under me for this Brian Benson. And if they do, it'll be the last thing that'll happen to me. Hey, Al. Who are these fellas? Who are they, Al? If you knew, you wouldn't sleep much tonight. Now, beat it.
And the killing of one leader, Mr. Ward Bryant, cannot stop these broadcasts. The march against crime will continue, faithful to the memory of one who died in the service of the people.
Miss Lee.
Shut up, Herman.
The first step has already been taken. A new police commissioner was recommended by the grand jury last week. A man with a splendid record and fine reputation for honesty and
Let's go,
integrity.
coppers.
We are pleased at this time to inform our listeners
Hush.
that the appointment was
I'm running
ratified
here.
today. The new police commissioner of this city is Mr. Franklin McLaren. Mr. Mc...
Herman.
Yes, ma'am.
Herman!
Get Mr. Blake on the phone.
Herman!
Triple 0461.
Yes, ma'am. See?
No!
I... Say, that's what I've been
Fucking
meaning to
car's
tell
possessed,
you.
man.
About
Holy
Mr.
shit.
Blake.
Well,
We gotta
what?
get to the
Well,
house.
Mr. Blake
Hey,
got
bud, you
fired
wanna
from the
change
police
cars?
force this morning.
Fired?
Let's do it.
Someone's kidding you.
No, it's true. You
They
ask
never
him.
know the difference.
This Mr. McLaren started a big shakeup, and I fired a lot of fellas.
But he was depending on McLaren.
It's my car.
You ask him, Miss Lee. Oh, now where was I? Oh, yes. See?
Wait, never mind calling. I'll run over and see him.
Well,
Hello, Johnny.
well, how are you, Lee? I never thought you'd get over this way.
Well, shall we just stand here and swing on the door?
No, come on in. Well, what are you in an uproar about?
Herman said you were fired.
That's right. Yeah, sit down, make yourself comfortable.
Who did it?
Clarence?
And you were the one that was telling me that when McLaren got on top, everything would be just fine and dandy.
Well, I was wrong.
Sure. It's about time you got wise to yourself. Around this town, the only reason friends pat you on the back is to find an easy place to break it.
Well, you're a friend, aren't you?
I guess you're dumb enough to think so.
No, I'm not dumb, Lee. You like me pretty well. That goes both ways. Women and home life had been in my line, and I'd have fallen for you a long time ago.
It would have been sort of nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't in the cards, Lee.
Can't beat the cards, can you?
No.
You didn't get enough salary to save much, did you, Johnny?
Oh, I'll get along.
Suppose you'll be looking for a job.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you might like to come in with me and help me run the numbers game.
Huh? You've got all the help you need.
Oh, I won't have. It's getting bigger all the time. Some weeks it brings in 10 to 12,000.
12,000 from that penny ante game?
Yeah.
Well, the last time you told me about it, you were only getting in a few hundred.
I know, but they're crazy about it in Harlem, and now it's going over in the Bronx. Oh, please come in and help me run it, Johnny. You could do a swell job of building it up. You'd make a lot of money for both of us.
Yeah, pretty regularly.
You'll do it?
No, not as fast. Any money I make will be just coming out of your pocket.
Oh, shit.
I don't take money away from women.
Hiya, Johnny. Hi, Laurie. You missed the sweet bottles, Johnny.
Yeah, well, that's too bad.
Yeah, your pal McLaren liked it a lot.
McLaren, is he here?
Yeah, right over there, see?
Oh, yeah, thanks. See you later. Hello, Mr. McLaren.
Oh, hello, John.
Oh!
Congratulations on a new job. Yeah, thanks, John. They told me you were trying to see me today. Sorry I was busy.
Oh, it's okay. I can say it now. I just wanted to thank you for the kick in the teeth.
What? Hey, come here, Blake. I got him, Commissioner.
Yeah, take your hands off.
You can't suck the Commissioner and expect to get away with it. Will you prefer charges, Commissioner? No, just throw him in the street.
You want another drink, Johnny?
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Come on. Come on, boys.
Mind if I sit down? I just came from the fights.
Yeah, I saw you when I went in.
You don't miss much, do you? Yeah, it's a habit. How was the main event? They ought to have had you in the ring. That was a sweet punch, Johnny.
Al McLaren had it coming to him.
Yeah, finally washed up, eh?
Yeah, plenty.
Other things you got from McLaren and the public?
Yeah, not even that petty larceny.
Bitches.
Now on, I'm going to see what it's like looking out for number one.
That offer is still open, Johnny. I'd like to have you in.
Doing what?
Well, I got a hunch we're in some trouble.
Arch.
With McLaren and that grand jury on its hands.
Come
any weak spots in
on.
the organization, I got to
Popped
find
my
them out.
tire, didn't they?
You'd be the first one to spot them. I want you to look over
Snell
the
that
whole
one.
setup, and the only one who wins is me. A lot of confidence in me. I've heard fellas you sent to prison say that if
I'm
you
gonna
ever
have to
made
kill
a
these
deal, you'd
guys.
see yourself dead before you go back on it. Yeah? How about it?
Okay, Al. It's a deal.
No way! I'm glad I
We have come to the end of the first act of Bullets or Ballots, starring Edward G. Robinson.
And I have
Mary Astor,
retained
Humphrey
my
Bogart, and
wheelchair
Oliver Cooper.
sumo
The curtain will go up on Act
championship.
2 after our short intermission. But now, here's something that happened recently, which I would like to have you hear.
You better hurry, Mary. We're going to be late.
All right, just a moment.
Gosh, you've been primping for an hour now.
Don't exaggerate.
I'm coming. Don't be cross, Bill. Well, hello. I thought you'd never show up. Say, you look wonderful.
You like it?
Like what?
The hat, of course.
Gosh, the hat. Sure, I like it. But I like what's under it better. How about a little kiss? Come on, let's get going. I'm going to be so proud.
There's nothing like a smooth, soft complexion to make a new spring hat do its best. And as a matter of fact, the best-looking spring hat in the world can't do much for the woman who's been careless about her skin. A woman who's let cosmetic skin develop. Dullness, little blemishes, large pores. That's why clever women everywhere take the Screen Stars tip. They use cosmetics all they like, but they're always careful to remove them thoroughly with Lux toilet soap. This mild white soap that 9 out of 10 Screen Stars use has active lather. Let it help you keep skin smooth and soft, lovely to look at, nice to touch. Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of Bullets or Ballots, starring Edward G. Robinson with Mary Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Otto Kruger. Fired from the police force, Johnny Blake has gone over to the racketeers as a working part of Al Kruger's crime combined. But now an outraged citizenry demands action. Swiftly and without warning, the new police commissioner cracks down.
McLaren Dynamite Racketeer! Police start cleaner!
Loan sharks routed!
Laundry racket smash!
McLaren raised jewelry fences!
One by one, the rackets fold, and thousands of dollars are turned back to the taxpayers. In a hotel room, Joe Vinci, the latest racketeer to feel the lash, savagely reads the
Come
headline.
on, Tommy, let's get out of there. Come on.
Police raid jewelry fences. 200,000 in diamonds recovered. 200 grand. Well, that fixes my business plenty.
Ah, you ain't getting it any harder than the others.
It's phony to me. The cops couldn't have found those hideouts without somebody tipping them off, and I'm going to find out who's doing it.
You don't
Take
have to
the
look very
tank
far.
mobile.
All this has
Could
happened
race
since
the
Blake
fire
got
trucks.
What are you talking about,
in. I'm
Bugs?
talking about Blake. I'm going to ask him a few questions. Hello, Louie. This is Bug. Let me speak to Blake.
Just to avoid a bank with Al.
Oh, yeah? Well, when he gets back, I want to see him.
Johnny, you'll have to move that car. This is a no parking zone.
Forget it, copper. This car belongs to Al Kruger.
Thanks. Want me to put your name or his on the ticket?
You write a ticket for Al Kruger, and he'll tie that nag of yours upside down.
Hey, what goes on?
What's the idea of the ticket, Donlin?
What's it to you, Mr. Blake?
What's the matter? Played McLaren till 5? You don't get rid of all those parking tags?
No, he's already weeded the rats out of the department.
You wouldn't like to climb down off that horse of yours for a minute, would you, Donlin?
I'd be glad to.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Take it easy, Johnny.
Well, I'm off. What do you want to make of it?
This!
Hey, now, wait.
Johnny, cut it! Come on,
How's that, Donlin?
Come on, let's
The
get
department wants lilies, huh? Need a horse to be a cop, do you?
You face rot.
Yeah.
This goes for the whole floor.
Come on.
Johnny Blake, come on, Johnny. Come on, you had enough work for your fist today.
Well, it took two of you to do it, as usual.
Shut up. You all right, Donlin?
Yeah, call the wagon.
Yeah, call the wagon. Get a whole squad to take me in. Joe, tell Al if he wants me at that meeting on time, better rush along.
Right in their ass.
All right, in here, you. Thanks. Now, someday, McCoy, I'll run into one of you boys when you're alone. I'll mark off the days on my calendar.
How are you, Johnny?
Well. Hello, Mr. McLaren. How'd you get in here ahead of me?
I sent me word that you were on the way.
Did I sock Donlin too hard?
You didn't do him any good. Or me either that night at the fights. You ought to learn to pull those punches of yours, Johnny.
Well, if I'd have pulled them, they'd look phony. How's your jaw?
Still in a sling. So what you stop the fuss for this time?
Well, I had to see you alone. This was the only way I could manage it.
Well, what happens next?
I wish I knew. Here's another report. The whole poultry racket down through names and addresses. It's a plan of a garage, their business headquarters, and so on. I'm afraid it won't do much good, though, except for raids.
Well, that's good enough for the time being. Well, you're doing pretty well on your information, Johnny.
Yeah, so I've been reading in the papers.
Did you find out who bosses Kruger?
Now, all I know is that there is somebody higher up, and he controls everything. Now, we can nail that bird. The whole works will fold up from the inside.
Does Brennan know who it is?
Well, nobody knows except Kruger.
Do you think you'll ever get it out of him?
Oh, not a chance.
Well, how are you working it? We've got to know.
Now, look, Brenner is Kruger's number one man. If anything happens to Kruger, and I'm going to see that it does, Brenner steps up. But I'm not going to let him, because I'm going to step into Mr. Brenner's spot.
How?
But I don't know yet.
Is that all you got to tell me?
Well, that's all now, except keep on smashing him as fast as you get my instructions. When the break comes, I'll know what to do. Until then, you got to play the cards the way I deal them. There's only one thing, though, about it. There's only one thing. Well, what about it?
What's that?
Kruger. You know, he's just as much of a rat as the rest of them. He'd knock me off in a minute if he found out. But I'll hate to cross him.
But you haven't given him a eating break?
Yeah?
Well, I haven't given you one either. We had another man on the force who tried to smash that mob. They threw acid in his face. His headlights don't burn anymore. I handed you a rotten job, Johnny.
Well, I asked for it. Hey, all I know is handling mugs. I'd have come back to work for you if I had to ride a horse or hand out traffic tickets.
Right.
Yeah?
Kruger's lawyer's in the office with a route for you. Come on.
Yeah, all right. Well, so long, Rank.
Take care of yourself, Johnny.
Sure, and as soon as I'm set, you'll hear from me. In the meantime, make them tip their hats. You heard me, Al. Blake. Nobody else but Blake. I tell you, the guy's double-crossed.
He's right, Chief.
Shut up! Now listen to me. I said shut up. That means you too, Bugs. I'm running this outfit.
Yeah, but Chief, look, you gotta give us that.
Good evening, gents. So, thanks for the fast legal service, Al. What's the matter? What is this, a wake?
It might be. Seen the papers?
New racket raids, net 21. Nice picture of McLaren.
Yeah. The boys think you're working for him. I'm wondering.
I'm not.
Bugs, shut up. What have you got to say, Johnny?
Oh, sure, Al. I just told you right down the river. The cops said they were sorry they kicked me off the force. McLaren sent me a basket of flowers for hitting him on the jaw. Said if I want to come back, he'd give me the whole Bronx to wander around in.
I wouldn't clown, Johnny.
Oh, we're wise to you, Blake. You're through. Oh, no, I'm just starting.
Hey, now listen, copper.
Yeah, take your hands off. I don't like guys that put their hands on me. Let's keep this a business meeting. All right, start talking. Al, I went to work for you because you wanted help. I didn't come to you. You came to me. Now, you think I crossed you? Why, I couldn't get a dime a dozen if I handed this whole mob over to the cops, and you know it. I can see now why you need help. Why, and you need plenty of it.
Al, are you going to let this guy talk his way out?
Shut up!
Keep talking, Johnny.
It never fails, does it?
When mugs get in the jam, they always start off by knifing each other. Hey, I thought you were smart, Al.
What would you suggest?
Let McLaren have his fun. You can't stop him. As soon as he's made a showing, the grand jury will pull right
It's
up
no
under
real
him. They
window.
always do, you know that.
Yeah, sure. And meanwhile, we sit back and wind up broke.
No, spend your time building up new rackets. So that when McLaren comes up for air, he'll find a dozen more going.
Just pull them right out of the hat, huh?
No, go to work. Quit playing cops and robbers. Stop knifing each other.
I suppose you've got a good racket in mind?
Well, name it. Sure, I've got one. Numbers.
Go ahead.
Now, what's the odds against picking the right number out of from 1 to 1,000?
1,000 to 1.
That's it. We take the last 3 numbers of the racetrack payoff every day. The suckers try to guess it. And the payoff is 600 to 1. Now, that is, if anybody picks the right number. A lot of people would try to pick that every day if $1 would win them 600.
Oh, what are you trying to sell us? That penny ante game Lee Morgan's running up in the Bronx and Harlem?
Well, they're so penny ante that she's picking up $12,000 a week out of a few neighborhood stores. Most of the bets are nickels and dimes. 7 million people in this town, and all of them looking for easy money. You just offer them 600 to 1 and watch this thing spread like a 4-alarm fire. And they won't be playing 1 number apiece. They'll be picking 4 or 5. Now, if you want to control the winning number, you can pay off on racetrack bets and manipulate the totals. All it needs is organization. Now, you get 1 million people buying numbers every day, and this one racket will clean up 300 million a year. Why, it's easy. It's a cinch.
300 million.
That's it.
Did somebody say something about penny ante? All right, you fellas beat it. Mr. Blake and me want to talk business.
Now, wait a minute.
I said beat it.
Okay, Mr. Kruger.
Nice talking, Blake. Now, sit down, Johnny.
You know, you're a pretty smart guy.
Yeah? My mother used to say I was going to be president.
Miss Lee, I gotta see you right away.
What's the matter, Herman? Where'd you get that shiner?
Miss Lee, it's important.
Come inside. Well, Herman, spill it.
Well, they took the money away from me. The numbers money, the bag and everything.
Who did?
I don't know, some men. They stopped me on the street. They told me to keep my face out of there. They said I couldn't even make collections no more.
Oh, they did they? All right, sit tight, Herman.
What are you gonna do? They're mugs, Miss Lee.
I'm gonna tell Johnny Blake about it. He'll run these chisels right off the end of the 93rd Street dock. Wait here, I'll be right back.
Boy.
Oh, clerk.
Yes, miss?
I was told that Mr. John Blake had moved here.
That's correct.
I'd like to see him, please. My name is Lee Morgan.
Oh, I'm sorry, but Mr. Blake isn't in this room. He left just a moment ago.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Evening. Evening. You looking for Johnny Blake?
Why, yes, I am.
My name's Brenner. Maybe I can help you.
I've got to find him right away.
Ain't you the Lee Morgan who runs the numbers game in the Bronx?
Yes?
I hear they started running you out of it tonight.
They won't get away with it.
Ah, it's a dirty trick. I don't blame you for gunning for Blake.
Gunning for him?
Yeah. He's the one that's taking it over. Blake.
You're a liar.
He's grabbing it to put himself in strong with Al Kruger. Go in and ask him. He's in the coffee shop.
Yeah? Thanks. Hello, Johnny.
Oh. Lee. Well. Sit down, Lee.
Thanks. I may not be staying long.
No? What's on your mind?
Just one thing. Are you taking over the numbers game, Johnny? Well, are you?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I can't tell you.
I see. And I tried to take you in with me. Sort of worked out better to toss it to the wolves, didn't it?
Well, I thought they'd let you keep on running your end.
I guess that wasn't poetry about friends finding an easy place to break the back. So long, Johnny. Good luck to you.
20, 30, 40,000, and one makes 41,000. That's your cut, Johnny.
Thanks. Say, that's not so bad.
You earned it. That was a great idea, taking over the numbers.
Sure was.
By the way, you better sink that cash in a safety deposit box. Don't put it in a regular account.
No? Oh, sure. It's a safe deposit.
Yeah.
I get it. Is that what you do, Al?
Yeah. Well, it's easier to get at. They can't trace it.
Well, you and the bosses must have had to take over a vault.
Yeah, I don't know where they put theirs, but they're plenty happy.
Yeah, how about meeting him sometime? Not a chance. I'm the only one that knows who they are, and I guess they want it to stay that way. Yeah, I suppose you can't blame them. Well, good night, Al. Oh, say, what happened to them if you got lost? Well, pick someone else and keep on going. Brenner, huh? No. It would probably be you. Me? Yeah. They think you're the best man I've got. But you wouldn't want it, Johnny. It's the top job, but it's the last one a guy ever holds. There's only one way out. That's the payoff for helping them, huh? Yeah. But don't worry about getting it. I don't intend to get lost. Oh, sure. Well, good night. Good night.
Good night, sister. This large store for rent.
Hello? Hello, McLaren? Yeah. This is Johnny Blake. I'm ready to go, Mac. Grab Kruger right away.
Wait a minute. Johnny Mac Blake.
Well, you've got to, and put him where nobody can get at him. What are you going to do, Johnny? Well, I've got no time to answer questions. Wait a minute, that's not all. Crack down on Brendan Smith racket. Break it up. Smash it, do you hear?
All right, whatever you say.
Well, thanks, Mac. You'll hear from me later. This is the last move. We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's intermission and guest time now, but first, a suggestion. Screen stars use Lux toilet soap to help care for million-dollar complexions. They use it as a bath soap, too, because it has active lather that leaves skin fresh and fragrant. Here's what Joan Blondell says. Use Lux toilet soap as a beauty bath. It's the best way I know to protect daintiness. You'll love it. Are you enjoying the luxury of a daily beauty bath with this white, gentle soap Screen stars use? You'll love the delicate, clinging fragrance it leaves on your skin. You'll be sure of daintiness. Now, our producer. The battle that Johnny Blake is fighting in our play against racketeering and terrorism is being fought throughout the country by men like tonight's guest, Mr. Frank B. Gumpert, who match the brawn and daring of gangsters with the relentless weapons of science. Mr. Gumpert is the criminologist in charge of the research laboratory of the Sheriff's Office of Los Angeles County. He's a policeman who fights not with machine guns, but with microscopes. Has a degree in law as a master of sciences and a doctor of philosophy. He's been technical director of several movies dealing with crime and has worked on some 8,000 cases, 80% of them murders. As a 20th century Sherlock Holmes, Mr. Gumpert, tell us just how you do it.
While we have to deal in chemistry, ballistics, physics, toxicology, and handwriting, Mr. DeMille, no one man can be outstanding in all fields. But a laboratory, combining experts in each field, can come pretty close to solving any crime. To me, one of the outstanding values of our laboratory is not its power to convict the guilty, but to free the innocent. Hundreds of times, evidence that might have otherwise convicted a perfectly innocent man, when examined in our laboratory, has freedom of every suspicion.
I know you're perhaps the nation's greatest expert in solving crime with the evidence of human hair. While you might have some difficulties with me, what can you learn from those whose tresses are a bit more abundant?
You do fine, Mr. DeMille, as long as you have a single hair left on your head. From that single hair, we can usually learn a man's approximate age, his environment, the places he visited recently, his type of employment, his personal habits, and frequently, his race. We can also learn a dozen things from a cigarette.
A cigarette?
Yes. Anyone who smokes a cigarette reveals secrets through the saliva that remains on the end, even though many months have elapsed since it was smoked. Saliva tells us what blood group the man who smoked the cigarette belongs to. There are 20 blood groups in which we deal, and often we can eliminate 19 out of 20 suspects by a blood grouping test.
I see it's getting harder and harder to commit murder.
Not to commit it, but to get away with it. But while we solve crimes, the public can do far more than we can do in preventing them. Don't be intimidated by the threats and boasts of racketeers. Every time you surrender, you betray not only yourself, but your neighbors and your community. At the first sign of a threat, get in touch with your local authorities.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, just to prove what an ordinary piece of evidence may reveal, I gave Mr. Gompert a coat which I wore sometime yesterday. He examined it and is now going to tell exactly what he found out about me from that coat.
You're sure you want me to go through with it?
Yes, of course I do.
We really don't have to, Mr. DeMille.
Backing out, are you?
Okay, Mr. DeMille, you asked for it. I took your coat, and last night beat out all the dust. Here's what it told me. Yesterday morning, you took a walk with a brunette between the ages of 20 and 25. An actress, probably a star. You stopped at Hal Chester's flower stop, bought an orchid, had lunch at the Brown Derby, and ate, among other things, a shrimp cocktail. Later you...
No, that's plenty, thanks. But, don't try to tell me you learned that from my coat. You probably followed me.
Sorry, you're wrong. Here's how it's done. A few black hairs on the coat told me the lady's age, and a preparation on the hair revealed that she had something to do with acting under powerful lights. I guessed she was a star instead of an extra, because the face powder also found on the coat was very expensive. You were walking, because if you had been riding, the powder would have been differently placed. It was in the morning, because that particular powder does not look well on a brunette at night. You went to Hal Chester's, because I found the pollen from a cymbidium, that is, a terrestrial orchid, and Hal Chester's about the only store carrying that kind. You went to the Derby, because I found a tiny spot of sauce, used for a seafood cocktail, and it contained a trace of an herb, which I won't name, because the chef at the Derby claimed that it is part of his secret shrimp receipt.
You win, Mr. Gompert. Who was the girl?
Well, that's for you to reveal.
It happened to be my daughter, Catherine.
I have only one suggestion to make. The next time you go to the Derby for lunch, how about asking me along? And thanks for the invitation here tonight.
It's great protecting, Mr. Gompert. Great. And that's a date. Edward G. Robinson in Bullets or Ballots with Mary Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Otto Kruger.
Oh, give me a break.
Confident that the higher-ups will choose him to replace Al Kruger, Johnny Blake has ordered the gangster's arrest. The trap is ready to spring.
Welcome.
But Bugs Brenner arrives at Kruger's apartment first. He faces the leader, a revolver in his hand.
I didn't want to take this fare. Good morning.
Well. Hello, Bugs.
I forgot the music is going on there. You mind taking that again?
Let's rush it. I was trying to complete my taxicab collection, damn it.
Charlie, good, Mr. Mayor.
What's new, Brett?
Just at the end of Mr. DeMille's introduction, have a door open there. You mark it, Ray? Face the leader, revolver in his hand.
Thank you, Shooky.
All right, Rudy, if you don't mind.
Confident that the higher-ups will choose him to replace Al Kruger, Johnny Blake has ordered the gangster's arrest. The trap is ready to spring, but Bugs Brenner arrives at Kruger's apartment first. He faces the leader, a revolver in his hand.
Well?
Shit, he's pissed.
Hello, Bugs.
Shh.
What are you doing over here? The cops just smashed my milk racket. And so I'm starting to take over the numbers game. Oh.
Well, quite a bit's happened since we spoke last.
Rudy, after the shots,
I've moved across the country, so haven't seen you in a long time, so it's nice to see you.
Another, and then down. Hold it, you sustain that, will you? Sustain that drum roll, we kind of take it out and bring in the shaft over. Right?
I'm doing all right, I'm chilling.
You mind taking that once more? Bank attention. Eddie, you want to put your tips on this?
I hope you guys can hear that radio. Now's our chance.
Well, Rudy,
if we don't get him there on time.
He's on his stuff.
Shh.
He's on his.
If we don't get him there on time.
Okay. What? What?
We don't get paid.
Yeah. Charlie.
Yeah.
First shot.
I thought you died.
Drone and then bang, bang, bang. Instead of all together. See? All right.
Figure you're busy. Now we're in trouble.
confident that the higher-ups will choose him to replace Al Kruger. Johnny Blake has ordered the gangster's arrest. The trap is ready to spring, but Bugs Brenner arrives at Kruger's apartment first. He faces the leader, a revolver in his hand.
Well?
Shit.
Hello, Bud. What are you doing over here? The cops just smashed my milk racket. So I'm starting
Our
to
fare
take
is
over the
gone.
numbers game.
Our fare's gone. Our fare's gone. No fare. I don't see our marker. Oh, shit!
Racketeer found dead in her
Let's
soul.
skedaddle. Let's escape.
Who is it?
You bastages. Oh, you bastages.
Come in. Mr.
Come on, boys.
Yeah,
Come on,
that's
get
right.
out. Come on, get
Who's
out.
in that paper?
Yeah, who did it?
I don't
Come
know.
on. You guys want to
We're trying
fight?
to
You guys
find
want a
out.
Well, he
gunfight?
was your friend.
He was.
You seem very
Look at
upset
that.
about it.
Look at that. Look at
Ain't no
that.
use crying if the dice fall.
See you,
that way.
boys.
Well, what do you want?
Do you want to go back in the numbers game?
Good.
What are you trying
Quitting
to do?
smoking?
Ah,
That's
you
okay,
started the
man.
game, you ought to have a share in
I'll
it.
smoke for the both of us.
Blake will let me have it.
He'll have nothing to say about it. I'm running things from now on. If you want the Bronx
Can you
and
get
Harlem
me,
district,
copper?
they're yours. And if you need protection, you'll get it.
Yeah? Sounds good. Too good.
You don't trust me, huh?
I'm gonna have to murder these guys.
And neither do I. You know, we ought to work fine together. How about it?
That's just what I was counting
Willing to
on.
take it away from Blake?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and take it.
We gotta get a car.
Ah, that's the girl. Hey, come on over here. We'll get along swell, you and me, huh?
Yeah. In the numbers game.
We gotta switch cars.
Okay. I called the boys for a meeting tonight. They don't know it yet, but they got a new boss. Now, we'll find out who got Al sooner or later. We ain't got any time to waste worrying about it now. The question is, do I run this business from now on, or don't I?
That's all right with us. But the bosses might have something to say about it if we ever hear from them.
I'll take care of that.
Why didn't you ask Blake in on this meeting?
Because he isn't going to be so important from now on. He's the one that sold Al. I'm sitting back waiting for McLaren to run down.
All
It
right,
ain't
you
worked out
bitches.
that way.
All right, you
I'm gonna
bitches.
put the
All right,
racket back
all
in
right,
full swing,
all right.
whether
That's
it's
how you
trouble with
want it.
McLaren or
That's how you
not.
want it.
Sorry, I'm late.
You fuckers, Joe.
What it? You pulling an election, boy? It's already been held. Yeah.
Hey.
A few.
It's
Now, what's
better
the
to
first
burn out than to fade away.
The boss has called me in 2 hours after the news broke.
You expect us to
right
believe
on,
that?
I told him
Al
I might have a few
Capone.
doubts, but I couldn't persuade him to come down here and prove it. Who are they? That Kruger?
wheelchair paddle boat. Right? With the bars you push and the wheels turn, but it's like a Tom Sawyer paddle boat. So never forget me. Semantic. Yes, I'm the lady in the lake. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Thank you, Shooky. This is where I live, Semantic. Right on, congratulations. $7 million later. I'll tell you guys a secret. Geico, government employees insurance company. And so when they say they've been insuring Americans for 100 years, they've only been insuring government employees for 100 years at cut rate prices. It's good to see you, Semantic. Big hugs. Beautiful. Beautiful here. It's very peaceful. I hear no tourist traffic, because I always heard tourist traffic a lot the last 10 years. It's very quiet. I can hear crickets. I can hear bugs outside all during the day. Locusts. It's real peaceful. It's nice. We'll be live streaming down here as soon as the hot weather breaks. So in the autumn, I'll be live streaming during the day down here on the beach. People go down and picnic and hang out. It's nice. I hope it's not too loud. Right on. Nice to see ya. Been kicking it with the gobbledygook. We're doing the gobbledygook. Oh.
Are you serving? You know what? I don't need this. You want some gabagool? Why don't you get it from one of your little Russian who? Tell you what, why don't you stop freaking my ball?
Oh, Tony. Oh, man, that's nice. Nice. Nice, Semantic. Thanks for sharing. That's nice, man. Taking the bus up to Madison. That's great. You mentioned that. I think it was on Freeside's channel. I went to Madison. I was the last time I was in Madison. Yeah, bus rides are great. Yeah, you can see more of the world. It's not like skipping to the end of the book when you're riding a bus or a train, but when you're on a plane, it's like skipping to the end of a book. Yeah, right on. Went to Madison. It must have been 35 years ago. So shit, I was about your age. I was you guys' age. I was young. Missed our bus out of the city, so took the 20 minutes while we're on it. The clocks in the train were wrong. That's a bummer. But you're safe and sound on a Sunday night. It's likely Monday morning, and good morning. So I went to Madison with some Deadhead friends of mine. I love this mug, man. This was $1 at dollar store. Yeah, right on. This mug, thank you. Thanks for that gift sub, Brett. This mug, my daughter gave me. Britt's a good man. It's good to see you again, Britt. Save your money for condoms, man. Right? There's only one gaming, Brett. Good to see you all. My daughter gave me this for my birthday. You guys see Tuck back there? He's behind the chat. Should we get in some trouble? So where are we gonna go? Hey, Semantic. Yeah, you're not in the city no more, are ya? Chicago. This is Chicago 100 years ago. Man, it sure was different. Chicago sure was different. There's so much like Grant Park. And Britt, thanks very much. Grant Park didn't have no trees. Grant Park didn't have no trees. Grant Park was treeless. 100 years ago, because this is 100-year-old footage. 1924. There's no trees in Grant Park. It's totally different. Chicago, I mean, you recognize everything, but there's more green and vegetation in Chicago now than there was 100 years ago. I guess they weren't big on trees, you know? Chicago's really green now compared to 100 years ago. So next year is the 200th anniversary of the founding of the very first Norwegian permanent settlement in the USA, right outside of Chicago, where I grew up. So we might have some Viking ships in Chicago, in Lake Michigan. Yeah, I'd sure like to go to the Art Institute again before I die. Go back to where I went to school. I love the Art Institute, cruising through there, looking at all the work. And at every opportunity I can, you guys, after this heat breaks in August, after August the weather will be nicer. But when I do get the chance to go places, I will likely be live streaming on the fly. Like if we go to the Art Institute, or we go out someplace really cool to eat, I might just live stream on the fly. So I hope I see you guys. If you'd like to go, yeah, I'm hoping to get my daughter to go to the Art Institute. We used to go to the Art Institute every New Year's Eve, me and my kid, for years. I have some videos I'll share, me and my kid at the Art Institute, like 10 years ago. 10, 11 years ago, yeah. Yeah, I took my kid all over Chicago. Yeah, for every holiday season, my daughter would come spend the holidays with me, like New Year's, Art Institute, Exchequer Pub on Wabash. Always the Exchequer Pub. That used to be Al Capone's pub. I forget what it was called. Yeah, but it's even in the television show. The television show Boardwalk Empire, where Al Capone's pub is on Wabash. That's the Exchequer Pub on Wabash. Excellent food. Yeah, good food. Nice, cozy atmosphere. Yeah, I miss Chicago food, man. You see, it's weird. It's weird because in Ohio, you've got chili dogs from Skyline chili dogs. But they're like, these chili dogs, they're the size of my fist. That's not a hot dog, man. Oh no. Because in Chicago, the fucking hot dogs are that big, baby. That's a Chicago dog. That's a hot dog. Yeah, I'd sure like to go hang out in Chicago for about a week. Yeah, the best hot dogs in the world are Chicago dogs, made by the Polish. Britt, rest well, and I hope I see you. Be safe. Above all else, be safe, dude. And don't work yourself to death. All work and no play makes Britt a dull boy. It's good to see you, Britt. I'm glad you're safe and sound. I hope you're happy and healthy. Big hugs, Britt. Be safe. Oh yeah, we're chilling. Have a safe and successful week ahead. You see, when you're 55 years old, you have to talk sitting here with the mic like you're yelling into two cans with the string. Because that's what the internet is. Twitch is like ham radio. I love it. I'm back to using Restream.io. I like Restream, you guys. I never support schmucks. And I gotta tell you guys, Restream is a great company. The customer support for me has been 5 stars. So rock and roll. Now they gotta send me a free t-shirt. No mischief. Shookie's got it covered. Thanks, Brett. Good to see you, Brett. Yeah, hopefully we see Penguin again soon, too. You old timers.
Rain showers and thunder showers along that frontal system, and that wide band of fairly heavy snow. Now, what will happen each time that
You bunch of stoners.
on there, that begins at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then you'll see the cloud pattern.
I just want to take a pipe break. Semantic, it's good to see you, Brett. All you guys. Sigmar was in here. A couple of new friendly people joined us tonight. So my socialization goals are complete. Thank you guys for the kind vibes. You know, it's the #1 reason I come onto Twitch is to just say hi. So thanks for stopping by my front porch on your way home from school or work. You got cozy in your environment, rock and roll. Shield Wall Avengers. Taxicabs and Tommy guns. Man, you know what? I'm gonna mix some audio. It's just gonna be audio. I'm gonna mix a radio mix. It's gonna sound like a radio program. It's just gonna be audio. But it's gonna be like real deal crazy best of Taxicab confessions, like nutty shit. That'd be really fun, huh? So I'll mix some of that audio up like a radio channel. Taxicab craziness. I love this old game. What am I running in here? You guys? Mafia is such a great old game. Man, that's got all the mods you need, too. You don't even need to hop on Nexus. Nexus has a lot of small mods for this. And I put the lo-fi on. I turned the Gangster radio show off. WLS Chicago. (588-2300) Empire. Welcome to Chicago, home of Ray Rayner, Larry Lujak, and Harry Carey. You guys want to see that painting? If we get to the Art Institute, that's Nighthawks, but the artist's name always escapes me. It's not Hopper. Yeah, that's a bitchin' painting. I dig that painting. Rock and roll. Are we in? Is everybody in? The only thing that I modded in this at all is just the music. But everything else isn't mine. And I've got those mods running. Man, this is fun. Bitchin'. And I threw it through right extended here. I'm trying to mix up as many of the mods that I want in one game. Sing it, Mr. Sandman. He's my fucking nemesis. The Sandman. The Sandman? Hush. Oh, you bitch. Holy shit. What are you doing? Oh, dude. Oh, dude. You freaking right in the belly button. Right in the freaking belly button. Oh, man, my poor belly button. The Sandman is the official bad guy of narcolepsy, I'm telling you. Let's finish our cabs, man. Dysonheimer, did you see that sucker? Look at this copper. Should we steal his car, blow his ass up? That is a bitchin' looking ride. It is. What my goals here, what I'm trying to do is create my cab company, right, you know, in my imagination and my fantasy world here in Chi-Town Beatdown land. Chi-Town Beatdown. Yeah. Yeah, man, Naked Ray Gun. Hey, Semantic, you ever listen to Naked Ray Gun? Best Chicago punk band ever. Naked Ray Gun. A couple of those guys became attorneys. Yeah, they were my favorite punk band. They're the best punk band ever come out of Chicago, man. Naked Ray Gun, back in the day. Rock and roll. Yeah, I met a bunch of those guys. Yeah, when I was like 16, 17, going to see them at the Metro, and the Metro was a shithole. Shh. Shh. That little record shop next to the Metro. Yeah, and then we used to go down to Wax Tracks, 99th floor. Chicago in the 80s, that was good. Good memories. Yeah, Chicago, and DC are my favorite cities in America. New York, nah, you can have it. I've hitchhiked all over California, all over the US. That's a nice ride. Come on, give me a cab. Come on, give me a cab. Need a cab. If I chill here for a minute, we'll see one. Sing it, sister. Naked Ray Gun, rock and roll. The first bands I ever saw in Chicago was shit. It's about 40 years ago. 40 years ago. Is that our cab? It is our cab. Hey, bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch. The Defoliants, the Circle Jerks, Dead Kennedys, Naked Ray Gun. $2. Hush, bitch. Oh, fuck you, police. Holy shit, let's go, boy. No way, Jose. No way. Hasta la vista, senor. Pancho Villa's on the loose. Let's go. Yeah, they rule rock and roll. Yeah, Chicago. Yeah, because I'm trying to work something out. I'd like to get to. I would love to go to Chicago for a couple of days. That'd be great. Oh, shit burgers. Holy shit, we're out of gas. You know what that means. Oh, dude, no way. Wow, isn't that just handy? No shit. Oh, dude, you're gonna fucking die. Eat shit, copper. You bastards. Oh, dude! I'm gonna fuck up to murder these bitches. Oh, dude, they murdered me. Holy shit, they legalized murder. Dude, I was just doing a little gangstering. Jeez. They gotta get all hot under the collar because I ate all the donuts. Come on. No donut. Hot diggity dog. Free ride extended. Every time I see free ride, I want to say free side. Free side extended. Yeah, it's free ride, free side, free ride extended, right? So I'm driving, I'm picturing Katamari. Yeah, we saw Freeside playing Katamari as what, a couple weeks ago? Tommy Angelo. We will complete our goal someday. It's like a cab. It is a cab. Oh, she's gonna be pissed. Watch, she pulls a freaking pistol on my ass. Probably. Yep, should blow me away. Man, those dudes served me up. They served me up. Yeah, they did. They blew me away. Those freaking coppers, man. Bastages. Look at that. Our fleet is almost complete. Now this chick's gonna freaking get in our cab no matter what we do. Oh, you too? Yeah, him too. He's gonna get in my cab no matter what I do. Just like this chickie poo. Unless I can freaking run her ass over. Oh, now she won't be getting in the cab. I'm trying to complete my my fleet of cabs. Right, we got Gangster Cab Company. Right over here on Route 420. Keep going, sister. Awesome. 3 more, we're done. Pitching. And then somebody come and gank our cabs out of here. Yeah, they will. Gangster cab. And there goes my other gangster cab. I want to double the speed of the cabs. That gangster right there. What do we got? Shit. Man, they got to get so agitated. Look at that, we're not even wanted. We got to reload our Tommy gun. She was in the mood for love. She was. Bad guy, pale dry. 5 cents for a freaking pint of brew. Rock and roll. Gracias, muchacho, for the taxi.
Today, however, very, very pleasant reading. 73 up in the Goodland area, 72 at Garden City, 70 reported by Dodge City and Liberal, 72 over by the good folks.
Man, I wish there was many missions where we could rob banks, right? Like Dillinger missions, like real historic missions. Like St. Valentine's Day Massacre, you know, robbing banks in towns where Dillinger robbed banks and stuff. Be fun mod. Because there is some mission mods out there, some scenarios and stuff that I'd like to play. There's even a full campaigns. full playthroughs of different scenarios. Like after the end of this game. Some cool stuff that people came up with. I love the worlds that people create. And some people have created some interesting ones for Mafia. Danny DeVito and Judd Hirsch would be proud. This guy.
Barometric pressure 30.00 and is rising. Half inch ahead for the year and 1 5300ths behind for the year so far. We'll be looking for a little bit of a change tomorrow, and of course the possibility of some scattered showers. Today, of course, there's nothing showing up on the radar. However, the satellite photo was pretty interesting for the western half of the U.S. Rain showers and thunderstorms.
Nothing got away from us.
And that wide band of fairly heavy snows. Now, what will happen each time that you see the frontal system on there? That begins at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then you'll see the cloud pattern move until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So as of that time, of course,
Gangster Cab.
in the northwest. Now, however, it's moving into the central part of the nation with a couple of high-pressure cells behind it.
Such cool-looking cars. We see the cab of our dreams. Yeah, we need 2 more.
Cells behind it, and a few pockets of low pressure, and a fairly heavy band of rain showers and snow all the way from the eastern portions of Montana down to western sections of Nevada, and of course the massive high.
The guys in the green trucks keep leaving their trucks in the middle of the road. Yeah, we need to go downtown. There's more activity than in Little Italy. What a great scene. Rest well, Semantic. Dream good dreams. Thanks for the kind vibes. Thanks for spending some of your time and some of mine. All of you everywhere. But you be safe. I'm glad you had a great weekend. Made some good memories. Mission accomplished. You didn't let me down. Make good memories, you guys. Big hug, Semantic. See how hydrated I am? Shit, ran out of water. Gonna murder this guy? Yep, I think so. There's something there.
Simply because you're near me. Honey, but when you're near me, I'm in oh, heaven is in your eyes. Bright as a star, we're
Trouble making taxi times.
City Blackwell area, 68 degrees today. Winds southerly at about 15 with gusts of 25 miles an hour.
Touch him.
Pressure 30.00.
Unless he parks.
And no precipitation. We're about a half inch behind, correction, a half inch ahead for the year, and 1 5300ths behind for the year so far. We'll be looking for a little bit of a change tomorrow, and of course the possibility of some scattered showers. Today, of course, there's nothing showing up on the radar. However, the satellite photo was pretty interesting for the western half of the U.S. Rain showers and thunder showers along that frontal system, and that wide band of fairly heavy snow. Now, what will happen each time that you see the frontal system on there? That begins at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then you'll see the cloud pattern move until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So as of that time, of course, the front was way off in the northwest. Now, however, it's moving into the central part of the nation with a couple of high-pressure cells behind it.
Almost out of gas. Close enough. Now he's pissed. Right on time.
Kiss me sweet, and we'll go flying high in birdland, high in the sky above all. High, 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 high in the sky above all. High in the sky above all. High in the sky above all. High in the sky above all.
He's gonna kick my ass. Shit, it's not. Oh. Not today, copper. An alley in that? Looked like there might be.
Simply because you're near me, honey, that when you're near me, I'm in the mood for love. I'm in the mood for love. Simply because you're near me.
Right.
Honey, that when you're near me, I'm in the mood for love.
I should go back to the garage. I keep this car there in case I get into a pinch, like I just did. You almost get in right through there.
Take two.
He stole my car! Call the cops!
Jesus! Help!
Help me! He's stealing my car! Have mercy, I've got a family. I'm in the mood for love, simply because you're near me, honey. But when you're near me, I'm in the mood for love. I'm in the mood for love, simply because you're near me, honey. He almost killed us.
The central and eastern parts of Kansas will very probably be cloudy in the morning, and then western Kansas will begin to get increasing cloudiness by tomorrow afternoon. Today, however, very, very pleasant reading. 73 up in the Goodland area, 72 at Garden City, 70 reported by Dodge City and Liberal, 72 over by the good folks of Laurel. Winds southerly at about 15 with gusts of 25 miles an hour. Barometric pressure 30.00 and is rising. And no precipitation. We're about a half-inch behind, correction, half-inch ahead for the year, and 1 53/100ths behind for the year so far. We'll be looking for a little bit of a change tomorrow, and of course the possibility of some scattered showers. Today, of course, there's nothing showing up on the radar. However, the satellite photo was pretty interesting for the western half of the U.S. Rain showers and thunder showers along that frontal system, and that wide band of fairly heavy snows. Now, what will happen each time that you see the frontal system on there, that begins at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then you'll see the cloud pattern move until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So as of that time, of course, the front was way off to the northwest. Now, however, it's moving into the central part of the nation with a couple of high-pressure cells behind it. Cells behind it, and a few pockets of low pressure, and a fairly heavy band of rain showers and snow all the way from the eastern portions of Montana down to western sections of Nevada. And of course the massive high, picking up warm moist air from the south, bringing it northward. So when the two masses collide...
You're near me, honey, but when you're near me, Simply because you're near me, honey, that when you're near me, I'm in the mood for love. Heaven is in your eyes, bright as a star.
Readings over Kansas that were very pleasant today. However, we are looking for a new front to begin to drift south and eastward. The central and eastern parts of Kansas will very probably be cloudy in the morning, and then western Kansas will begin to get increasing cloudiness by tomorrow afternoon. Today, however, very, very pleasant reading. 73 up in the Goodland area, 72 at Garden City, 70 reported by Dodge City and Liberal, 72 over by the good folks of Florida. And in the Ponca City Blackwell area, 68 degrees today. Winds southerly at about 15 with gusts of 25 miles an hour. Barometric pressure 30.00 and is rising. And no precipitation. We're about a half inch behind, fresh and half inch ahead for the year, and 1 5300 behind for the year so far. We'll be looking for a little bit of a change tomorrow, and of course the possibility of a scattered shower. Today, of course, it's going to be
Where the gangsters go when they die. They don't go to heaven where the angels fly. Where the gangsters go when they die. They don't go to heaven where the angels fly. Some gently weeps, my Riviera streaks into the night like a bat out of hell. All the wishes in the well couldn't keep me from myself. I'm feeling paranoid, I couldn't trust my.
Oh, you fucking hosed me, boy. Rock and roll. Chilled with me today. Thanks for chilling with me. Thanks for spending some of your time and some of mine. It's time for me to drizzle, drazzle, drizzle, drone. Time for me to go home. And for me to count some sheep. If you're lurking, thanks for lurking. If you're kicking it, thanks for kicking it. If you followed, you subbed, you gave me a hug, high five, rock and roll. I'll see you all really soon, and I hope your days ahead, today, tomorrow, and the week ahead are better than you expected. Each and every one of you guys keep smiling. Please be safe wherever you may roam.
From the infamous St. Valentine's Day massacre during Prohibition to the brazen killing of Paul Castellano in Midtown Manhattan, the mafia and murder are too often connected. In the 1920s, the primary rival to Al Capone and Johnny Torrio's Chicago outfit was the North Side Gang led by Dean O'Banion and Bugs Moran. After working as an enforcer for various newspapers, including the Chicago Tribune, O'Banion and the North Side Gang got into bootlegging when Prohibition hit in the 20s.
Everybody drank. The general public viewed it as just a silly law.
An uneasy truce prevailed between the O'Banion and Capone gangs for a short time, but it broke down when Torrio and Capone's associates started to make trouble on the North Side. On a November night in 1924, 3 killers hired by Torrio stepped into O'Banion's florist shop on North State Street. O'Banion was wearing a specially tailored suit with 3 hidden gun pockets. They were useless. One of the hitmen grabbed O'Banion's hand to shake it, then he and his associates raked the florist with bullets. When they were done, the killers fled into a waiting car while associates blocked traffic with their own vehicles. The Northside Gang would be finished a few years later following the St. Valentine's Day massacre, leaving Capone in control of Chicago. When Chicago residents awoke on February 15, 1929, the headlines read like a bombshell. 7 Chicago gangsters slain by firing squad of rivals, some in police uniforms.
Prohibition had been meant to herald an era of sobriety and clean living. Instead, it was the dawn of unprecedented violence in American life.
Police had discovered the bodies of 7 mobsters belonging to Bugs Moran and Dean O'Banion's Northside Gang inside an illegal alcohol warehouse owned by Moran. There was a mob war going on between Moran and Al Capone, with both sides competing for the largest slice of Chicago's bootlegging trade. That morning, Capone decided to end it. Though the details are murky, it appears as though several executioners hired by Capone confronted the Northside gangsters at the warehouse under the guise of being police officers.
This is a raid! Everybody, against the wall! You know the drill.
They lined them up against the wall, but instead of arresting them, they mowed them down with Tommy guns. Moran barely escaped death by being late. Jack McGurn was initially indicted for the murders, but Case was dropped, and nearly a century later has never been solved. Born in 1868 in Castellammare del Golfo, Sicily, Salvatore Maranzano was a prominent gangster during the Prohibition years. Maranzano came to America after World War I, landing in New York City. When Prohibition kicked off in the early 1920s, Maranzano quickly established himself and his crew of fellow Castellammare mobsters as major players in the bootlegging game. In the fight for control of New York City's liquor trade, Maranzano found himself in a war against rival mobster Joe the Boss Masseria. After a bloody year that resulted in at least 60 mobster deaths, the feud finally ended when gangsters led by Charles Lucky Luciano gunned down Masseria in a restaurant.
Crime scene photos show Masseria with the ace of spades in his hand. A sign of bad luck in some circles.
Afterward, Maranzano tried to declare himself the capo di tutti capi, or boss of all bosses, but Luciano had other plans. On September 10, 1931, acting on Luciano's orders, 4 gunmen shot Maranzano to death inside his Park Avenue office, while 8 terrified witnesses stood outside and listened. Though Al Capone was initially linked to the murder, most people consider Luciano to have been the mastermind. But nearly a century later, no one has yet been officially charged with the killing. Originally born Arthur Flegenheimer, the infamous mobster Dutch Schultz was a prominent Prohibition-era bootlegger. Schultz smuggled liquor from Canada into New York City, at one point making as much as $20 million a year. After Prohibition ended, Schultz was tried for tax evasion, but he ultimately was acquitted. In 1935, facing federal tax charges once again, Schultz concocted a plan to have the prosecutor, Thomas E. Dewey, murdered.
Schultz just completely loses his temper and says, "I don't care what the commission has to say, I'm going to do this myself."
The mob was worried about the potential heat the hit would bring down on them. So on October 23, 1935, members of the Jewish crime syndicate Murder, Inc. tracked Schultz to the Palace Chop House in Newark, New Jersey, shot him multiple times. Schultz fell into a coma and died the next day without identifying his killer, though it's thought to have been Charlie Bug Workman. Machine Gun Jack McGurn was an Italian-born mobster who roamed the Chicago streets during the years of Prohibition. He allied himself with Al Capone and Johnny Torrio of the Chicago Outfit and worked as a personal bodyguard. Having already been implicated in numerous murders, including that of Illinois State's Attorney William McSwiggan and gangster Jaime Weiss in 1929, McGurn was reportedly involved in organizing the St. Valentine's Day massacre that took out Capone's rivals in the Northside Gang. McGurn's alibi for the massacre had been that he was staying with Louise Rolfe, a woman he later married. When the government couldn't charge him for the slayings, they went to Plan B, and in 1931, McGurn was sentenced to 2 years in prison for violating the Mann Act, which prohibits sex trafficking. On February 15, 1936, the 7th anniversary of the St. Valentine's Day massacre, McGurn himself was gunned down in a Chicago bowling alley. He was most likely killed on the orders of outfit boss and former associate Frank Nitti, though once again, whoever committed the crime skirted conviction. One of the most interesting periods of the Mafia timeline in America was its takeover of the Las Vegas casino scene, and one of the first people involved was the Jewish gangster Bugsy Siegel. Siegel grew up in New York and spent the Prohibition years in the employ of both Meyer Lansky and Charles Lucky Luciano. He may have been involved in the murders of Joe Masseria and Salvatore Maranzano, but that's only speculation. Still, the mob had him relocate to California to escape police heat. Siegel went west in 1936 to start racketeering.
Bugsy's takeover is soon generating enormous profits for Luciano and the mob, totaling by 1942 some $8 million a year.
By 1945, he was in Las Vegas struggling to build his casino, the Flamingo, which was being financed by mob money. The casino eventually opened in December 1946, shut down almost immediately, then reopened in March 1947.
The cost overruns for the Flamingo were due mostly to excessive skimming by Bugsy Siegel.
Just 3 months later, on June 21st, Siegel was murdered in the Beverly Hills house of his girlfriend, actress Virginia Hill. The assassin crept up to a window and fired at Siegel, who was sitting inside. The killer has never been identified. An Italian-born immigrant to the United States, Albert Anastasia was a notorious mobster and a member of the brutal Murder, Inc. crime syndicate that operated under a murder-for-hire business model. Anastasia has been implicated in numerous killings, including 3 he was charged with between 1928 and 1933. He was never convicted due to the sudden and untimely deaths of all the key witnesses. Anastasia was rumored to be one of the 4 gangsters who killed former Capo di Tutti Capi Salvatore Maranzano in 1931 under the orders of Lucky Luciano.
Within the Mafia, Anastasia was recognized as a ruthless, unflinching killer.
Anastasia served in the army for 2 years during the Second World War, after which he returned to a life of organized crime. In 1951, he became the head of what would later become the Gambino crime family. But on October 25, 1957, Anastasia was getting a shave when two gunmen, their faces obscured by scarves, shot him to death. The murder was carried out in full view of 11 other patrons of the barber shop and was done on the orders of Carlo Gambino, who would soon take control of the family. Sam Giancana was one of the most infamous mobsters of the 1960s. His crimes were legendary, and he's been linked to conspiracy theories related to former President John F. Kennedy's election and his November 1963 assassination.
The fact that the president and the boss of the outfit were sharing women is an incredible story in and of itself.
In 1957, Giancana became head of the Chicago outfit after Tony Joe Batters Accardo named him his successor. However, in the 1960s, Giancana lost control of the outfit. Shortly after, he moved to Mexico. Yet in 1974, Giancana returned stateside, partly to testify for the CIA involving assassination plots of Fidel Castro. After being home for just a year, on June 19, 1975, Giancana took 7 shots to the head in his Oak Park home. The FBI noted it had the hallmarks of a mob killing.
I think that Tony Accardo would have been involved in the decision to have Sam Giancana killed. Somebody of Sam's stature, it would have to be approved from the top.
No one had been charged with the murder as of 2023, but most people think it was Tony Spilotro, an up-and-coming Chicago gangster at the time. Raised on the streets of East Harlem in New York City, Carmine the Cigar Galante established himself as a serious gangster through ruthless murders and drug dealing.
He was head of the Bonanno crime family. Known as the Cigar, he was widely feared for his cruelty.
He worked with the founders of both the Genovese and Bonanno crime families, eventually becoming the disputed head of the Bonanno family following a decade-long stint in prison for drugs. However, the Commission, the American Mafia's informal governing body, had already decided that Philip Rusty Rastelli was to be the Bonanno boss. Galante started calling himself the Capo di Tutti Capi, implying he was in control of the Commission, which turned out to be a major mistake.
Not only did the Commission not want Galante to become head of the Bonanno crime family, they certainly did not want him to become the boss of bosses.
In retaliation, Rastelli, the recognized boss of the Bonanno family, ordered 2 of his capos to infiltrate Galante's inner circle and murder him. On July 12, 1979, in broad daylight, Galante took a shotgun blast while eating at the Joe and Mary Italian-American restaurant in Brooklyn.
Mysteriously, 2 of Galante's bodyguards, Baldassare Amato and Cesar Bonaventre, were uninjured and walked away unscratched.
In 1986, Anthony Bruno Indelicato was convicted of Galante's murder, but his accomplices were not charged. There are brazen mob murders and there are audacious mob murders, but nothing compares to how Paul Castellano was killed in 1985. Prior to his death, Castellano was the reputed head of the powerful Gambino crime family. He was facing charges for racketeering and conspiracy to commit murder, and law enforcement had held the family responsible for at least 25 extracurricular killings in recent years. Then, on December 16, 1985, Castellano and associate Thomas Bellotti were both shot to death after exiting their limousine to eat at a restaurant in Midtown Manhattan. The killers, who used semi-automatic weapons, immediately fled in a getaway car. The order had been given by a lower-level member of the Gambino family, John Gotti, who became the new boss following Castellano's death. It's believed that Gotti ordered the hit on Castellano because he was dealing heroin against Castellano's wishes. Fearing Castellano was going to have them killed, Gotti and his associates hit first, with Gotti watching the whole thing from a vantage point nearby. Notorious mobster Anthony Spilotro was a longtime member of the Chicago outfit. In the 1970s, he was sent to Las Vegas to replace Marshall Caifano as enforcer at the Stardust, mob-run casino. Throughout the 70s, Spilotro made Vegas his personal fiefdom, protecting Frank Lefty Rosenthal and the Skim at the Stardust Casino, while committing robberies on the side and selling the stolen goods.
In a town rightly or wrongly labeled as an organized crime stronghold, it was Spilotro who personified the public perception of mob influence and underworld style.
In the 1980s, after being blackballed from the casino, Spilotro ran afoul of the mob by getting arrested numerous times and having an affair with Rosenthal's wife. Then in mid-June 1986, Spilotro and his brother were found beaten to death in a shallow grave in an Indiana cornfield, as reported by the New York Times. In 2007, mobster Nicholas Calabrese testified that 10 men had beaten the brothers to death in an Illinois basement. Both James Little Jimmy Marcello and Calabrese were convicted. Marcello received a sentence of life in prison, while Calabrese got 12 years. Spilotro's life was famously dramatized by actor Joe Pesci as the character Nicky Santoro in Martin Scorsese's 1995 film Casino.